Good afternoon, Council. We'll call to order the meeting of September 15, 2025, and we're going to start by standing and listening to the playing of our national anthem. Stand free. Oh, Canada, we stand. Oh, we're working on it. It's a work in progress.
Computer there.
Oh, technology is good until it isn't. All right, Deputy Mayor Fryer, could you please assist us with the land acknowledgement?
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'm now looking for a mover and a seconder for this, that the content of the Council Committee of the Whole agenda for September 15, 2025 be adopted as presented. Councillor Rings moves, Councillor Potts second. All those in favor? Sorry. I should have seen if there was a change. Go ahead, sir.
I had mentioned earlier this morning, I'd like to have a further review of CCI under old business, if we could, please.
Okay, under which section would that be? Sorry,
under
I just didn't
old
hear.
business. I said other, sorry, old business.
Okay, old business. Great, thank you. Okay, with that, yes, go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. If time permits, I have a couple of FCM matters I'd like to speak to briefly under other business.
Okay,
thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anything else? All those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, if you find yourself in that position, please let me know at the time. Community announcements. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. To begin, in conjunction with today's presentation and recognition with Special Olympics, was honored along with Councillors Jeffrey and Ring to bring greetings and congratulate all the Special Olympics ski team athletes last Saturday at their annual recognition event. I'll add that I did bring regrets from the rest of the council. We thank the coaches and volunteers who make this team so fun and successful. You can see such joy from all the athletes and their families. It's a fantastic local community organization. Just have a couple of quick items to follow through on. I attended the 45th Terry Fox Run yesterday, and congratulations to all the volunteers that assisted Jennifer Fawcett and Susanna King, the lead organizers, on continuing to carry on the legacy fundraiser in Collingwood. In speaking with Jennifer, they exceeded their goal and have raised locally over $25,000 with the school events still to come. Another item, the service provider for our Campbell Street Supportive Rapid Rehousing Project, Contact Community Services, is holding on September 20th the Grand Parade fundraiser walk in Collingwood for local charities supporting aging Canadians and their families. goal of $20,000. So if you are interested in assisting or walking, thegrandparade.org is the website. And finally, the Collingwood Community Action Team is holding their Trivia Night annual fundraiser on October 1st at Side Launch Brewery. Information on tickets can be found on the website collingwoodclimateaction.com. And we are planning on having a council team. And to Councillor Baines, I think we did okay last year. I don't think we have to redeem ourselves. So those are what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. And just to add to the Deputy Mayor's comments with respect to Special Olympics, and I'm so proud of all of the teams that are embraced in the Collingwood area, Special Olympics for all sports, and all coaches and volunteers who give their time. So thank you very much. And I look forward to another celebration in October of some other Special Olympic athletes who are really important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of announcements tonight. And the first is that this coming Wednesday, September 17th, the Affordable Housing Task Force is offering the second of their community conversations this time with two local developers who are going to provide insights on the costs of building housing today. That's from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock in the community room, third floor of the library, and you can register online on the Affordable Housing Task Force website. And it's the fall of the year, lots to celebrate. The first is the GNE, which is upcoming this weekend, starting on Friday at the exhibition grounds. It's a great opportunity for all of us in the region to celebrate not only our community, but also our agricultural wealth. And then finally, the other thing that happens in the fall is the salmon run up our streams in this area. So the Blue Mountain Watershed Trust Foundation is presenting the annual See the Salmon, and that's on Saturday, September 27th, and that's on the banks of the Pretty River in Nottawa. And information and tickets are available at seethesalmon.ca. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I'd like to highlight a local grade 12 OLB student, McKenna Jansen, for starting a program called Connecting Generations Volunteer Program. And this is a little bit of a bio on her background. At the end of my cheer career, I found out that I had fractured my back and slipped a disc. It meant I had to stop doing a sport I really loved. And at first, that was very discouraging. But through rehabilitation, many hours of physiotherapy, and eventually strength training, I was able to rebuild both my body and my mindset. That process showed me something important. Setbacks don't have to control our lives. They can lead us to new opportunities we might not have tried otherwise. During this time, I realized how important it was to have support, encouragement, and activities that make you feel motivated and confident. Earlier, when I worked at a senior care facility, I noticed that many residents struggle with loneliness and missed having regular connections. It reminded me of how valuable community was in my own recovery, and it gave me the idea to create a program that helped bring people together. That idea became Connecting Generations. It's a student-led volunteer program that connects high school students with seniors in retirement homes, whether it's crafts, mini golf, baking, movie nights, or casual conversations. The program builds connections between people of different generations. So far, it has reached over 50 participants, and it continues to show that small shared moments of friendship can make a real difference for both seniors and students. As the founder, I take care of scheduling volunteers, planning and facilitating activities, organizing outreaches in schools, and creating partnerships with senior homes. I've learned to adapt quickly when plans change and continue to grow the program's reach so that more students and seniors can benefit. I'm also passionate about health, wellness, and the impact of connection, which motivates me to keep finding ways to make people feel valued and supported. Making a difference in my community excites me, and I'm proud that Connecting Generations started as just an idea and has become something real that changes lives. lives. My goal is to involve more students in connecting generations by showing how valuable and enjoyable the experience can be. The program provides high school students with the opportunity to complete their community service hours in a way that feels meaningful while also giving back to the community. Weekly group visits take place at Chartwell Balmoral Retirement Community on Mondays at 3:30 this fall. Through activities like crafts, baking, games, or simple conversations, students are able to build relationships that make a positive impact for both themselves and seniors they spend time with. To sign up, you can certainly text me at 705-607-8222, and email is MAKENA Jansen, JANZEN at iCloud.com for more information. And I'll just want to note that it's also the daughter of one of our town of Collingwood staff. So congratulations to McKenna. And certainly if there's anybody out there wanting to volunteer, it's a great opportunity to get involved. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. On Friday, September 5th, along with Mayor Hamlin and Deputy Mayor Fryer, I had the pleasure of attending the flag raising at the community flagpole at the Collingwood Public Library to commemorate the beginning of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. A representative candlelighter Simcoe raised the flag after Mayor Hamlin made the proclamation on behalf of the town of Collingwood. Also on September 5th at the Simcoe Street Theatre, along with many other former shipyard employees, family members, and the public, I had the honor to attend a special screening of the 5-part docuseries about the history of shipbuilding in Collingwood. This docuseries, titled The Last Launch, The Rise and Fall of Call Ship, was created by local filmmaker Tom Stubbington. Tom had a grandfather and great-grandfather who worked in the shipyards. I might be aging myself, but I worked with both of those gentlemen. This docuseries was sponsored by Bell 5, TV1, and hopefully if you didn't attend, you'll be able to go online and watch it. I would like to give a huge shout out to the amazing staff of the Collingwood Museum for organizing this special event. The 9th annual Shipyard Social, which was also organized by the Collingwood Museum, was held on Saturday, September 6th. This social event began at Town Hall, where former shipyard employees gathered to participate in the popular Hard Hats on Here Ontario March. The museum staff provided hard hats for those all who needed them. This parade proceeded to the Collingwood Museum, where the former employees assembled for a group photo. The remainder of the afternoon was for mingling and reminiscing. The museum had an exhibit set up with the mementos and keepsakes from the shipyard days. There was also a running slideshow of special moments from the past shipyard socials. Again, I give a great big thanks to the museum staff for another great event. And that's my announcements.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. How many of you would like to be Duke for a day? Well, unfortunately, you can't be, but kids ages 6 to 12 can be again at the Collingwood Museum on Friday, September the 26th. They'll walk in the shoes of the Duke of Devonshire during his historic 1918 visit to Collingwood. From learning royal etiquette, many of us could do with some of that, to exploring how the town welcomes such a special guest. Participants will enjoy hands-on activities, creative crafts, and role-playing adventures fit for a duke or duchess. The program runs from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and is $15 per child, $12 per child for members. Pre-registration is required. And in addition, your Collingwood Museum will have a booth at the GNE, and I would recommend to anybody who has never been to the GNE to go. It is a cultural and creative experience. And speaking of which, the GNE needs more volunteers. And if you want to volunteer for any one of a number, looking after goats, parking, which is what I did last year, any number of functions that are required to make the GNE successful, you can go on their website, or you can just send an email to me, cbaines@collingwood.ca, and I'll set you up with the volunteer coordinator. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. A couple library announcements. The library's current art exhibit is entitled What is Home? It features work by Leah Denbach and Willie Baronet and will be up until the end of October. Both artists will be participating in a presentation on Wednesday, September 24th, speaking on the issue of homelessness and the people affected by it. The exhibit will have an opening reception on Saturday, September 27th at 2 p.m. and will remain open for art crawl that evening. For more information or to register for the presentation, visit the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. Also, the library will be offering an information session on infant gross motor skills in partnership with registered physiotherapist Lana Roman, taking place on Tuesday, October 7th at 10 a.m. This session will offer helpful tips to support your pre-walking child's growth and development with fun strategies and play-based activities. You can also register for this event on the library's website. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick announcement. An organization that I have been to, Collingwood Paddling Club. I did their master's program, and they're having a fundraiser on September 21st in the afternoon from 12 till 4. The event is called Rock the Dock, and they'll have live music by the harbor at the historic Watts Boathouse. And anyone looking for further information can find that at collingwooddragonboats.com.
Thank you. I have three things I'll mention today. Firstly, for those who drive up and down High Street anytime, this is very exciting. I have it in writing from staff. Okay, we're going to have what staff call a shave and pave. And you might be wondering what that is. It means we're not ready yet to do a full reconstruction of High Street, but between 1st and 6th, they'll be starting soon to make it passable and good for us who don't like to get their cars in. Oh, thank you. So that's going to start September 29th, hopefully completed October 17. And we might need some patience for everyone during construction period. The next announcement is, okay, you probably haven't had too many encouragements to watch TV at council, but here's one for tomorrow night. The Amazing Race was here a few months ago, filming their last episode of the season. And that last episode will be shown tomorrow night. Let's just see here, at 9 p.m. on CTV, ctv.ca, the CTV app, and streaming next day on Crave. They took the race to Town of Blue Mountains and to Collingwood, and of course where they were was highly secret, although council sort of knows, but we're not telling. And then the winners, I'm told here, of this race that we'll see tomorrow night will receive a grand prize of 2 Chevy Blazer EVs, a trip around the world, $250,000 cash prize, and a coveted title of Amazing Race Canada Champions. And then lastly, I'll just mention the Mayor's annual golf tournament was held in June, and this is an opportunity for businesses in the community to come forward to make a donation, have a fun day of golf, and council comes out and are really supportive and help organize the event. Some play. We had a really good year, and we have raised $30,233. I know. Thank you, Patty. So 70% of this will be used to support the Collingwood and District Special Olympics, and the balance will be distributed to the Council Community Grants, which will open for applications December 1. So with that, I have a flag to give back to Matthew and a check to present. So I'm going to go up to the podium. Okay. Please come up. Matthew is an all-star, all sports champion. He was inducted into the Toronto Sports Hall of Fame in June, and he is very welcome here today. And I want to give back to you the flag. This is actually yours. Oh. And would you like to say a few words before we have Patty also come up? Yeah, of course.
So on behalf of...
Oh, you have to speak into this.
All right, you hear me? Beacon for you. So, on behalf of Special Olympics, I just want to say a huge thank you to the town of Collingwood for your continuous support. Your generosity allows athletes to participate, compete, and make friends and contribute to their communities. And a big thanks from all of the athletes, coaches, and volunteers.
Come on, look around.
It's a team sport. Come on, team, let's go.
I hear Matthew talking back for you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of the way here in a minute.
Oh my God, heard this now.
Yeah. Just good enough.
Sorry, this is very emotional for me.
I didn't know. You didn't know? I'm usually taller.
Thank yous don't quite do it, but for all of you who were around in 97 when we hosted Worlds here, this is the legacy that continues 28 years ago. How's my math? Getting close. There are hundreds of our community members who have benefited from the Mayor's Challenge in all those years and continue. And without this fundraiser, we'd be in deep doo-doo. So thank you for all of the work you do. I know there's a lot of behind the scenes work that's involved. I was involved a couple of years where staff, they know I know how hard that is to put this together. But trust me, it's worth it all because the people that are impacted by this fundraising, it's life-changing on 1,000 levels. They're accepted for who they are and what they can do, not judged for what they can't. And this sports program is life-changing for all of us, including the volunteers. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't fall backwards.
Yes. Great. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give this to that.
Thanks. Can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
All right. There are no deputations today. There is a public meeting, and this has to do with the changes needed for 29 to 45 Birch Street to allow the 30-unit apartment building for affordable rental units to be built. And I have an introduction I'm going to read. It's a bit long, so you have to bear with me. Welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 29 to 45 Birch Street. No decision will be made this afternoon. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce and obtain public comments on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The meeting will begin with presentations by staff and the applicant. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed at today's meeting. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all public and councillor questions and comments have been received, staff will have an opportunity to respond or provide clarification if appropriate. All questions and comments specific to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will be addressed in a future staff report. It is very important that the town receive the correct names, email addresses, and mailing addresses of individuals having an interest in this application. If you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning the application being considered, you must provide this information. Public comment and feedback on development proposals are important to the town of Collingwood and are a core part of a transparent and inclusive land use planning process. We encourage you to express comments verbally or in writing. However, please note that the rights of third parties to appeal zoning bylaw amendment decisions to the Ontario Land Tribunal have been restricted under the Planning Act. If you do not make oral submissions today or a written submission to council before the council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. This meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public on the town website. I will ask the planning services also confirm that notification to the public has been given, as required by the Planning Act, within their presentation today. Again, I would like to remind everyone that no decision will be made today, and the zoning bylaw amendment will be considered by council on a future date. I will now turn it over to Housing Coordinator D'Souza.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and good afternoon, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Claire D'Souza. I am the Housing Development Coordinator for the town and also the planner assigned to this file. Today's public meeting is legislated under the Planning Act and is required as part of the public process. The purpose of today's meeting is to introduce an application that was received for a zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate an affordable housing project and hear questions, comments, and concerns to assist future decision making. Next slide, please. Today's meeting will follow the town's standard public meeting format. Since Mayor Hamlin has already provided an introduction, the remainder of the meeting will consist of confirming the public notice, an overview of the application review process, an overview of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, followed by a review of the proposal from the applicant, and then we'll open the floor to questions, comments, and concerns at the end and address anything that we are able to today. Alternatively, anything that cannot be answered will be addressed in a staff report at a later date. Next slide, please. Notice of complete application and public meeting was circulated to internal and external agencies on August 26th and was also published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper on the same date. Additionally, as a courtesy, the notice was mailed to property owners and condominium corporations within 120 meters of the subject property and emailed to interested parties that have requested notice. Next slide, please. I thought it would be helpful to provide some background information on the project and application to date to remind council and the public how we got to where we are today. So back in January 2024, council directed staff to submit 2 town-owned properties to the County of Simcoe through their call for lands for municipal partnerships in affordable housing development. In May of 2024, we learned that the town-owned lands at 2945 Birch Street were selected by the county as a high priority site. And in February 2025, the County of Simcoe attended a committee of the whole meeting and presented the preliminary design of the site, which was endorsed by council. Next slide, please. Flash forward to more recently, the County of Simcoe submitted applications for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control concurrently, which is not a typical process, but is part of the town's efforts to fast track affordable housing proposals through the concierge program. Today's public meeting is only focused on the zoning bylaw amendment application before us. The County of Simcoe has relocated the residents of the existing Birch Street apartments, and these residents will have right of first refusal of the new units at the same rents that they are currently paying. And demolition of the existing buildings on site will commence this week. There's a typo here. It wasn't the week of September 8th, it's the week of September 15th. Pending planning approvals, senior administration will proceed with executing the agreement to transfer the lands to the County of Simcoe. Next slide, please. This slide provides a general overview of the town's development review process. Everything in dark blue has been completed to date, and the box outlined in red reflects where we are today. Next steps include continued review of the application, including technical reports and receipt of public comments, providing those comments to the applicant, and then receiving any necessary modifications from the applicant. Once all outstanding matters have been addressed, staff will prepare a recommendation report for the Committee of the Whole and Council where a decision will be made on the application. Following Council's decision, if approved, a notice of passing of the zoning bylaw amendment will be issued and a 20-day appeal period will commence prior to a decision being final. If Council approves the application and there are no appeals, then the bylaw will come into force and effect. Next slide, please. Now we will get into some of the details of the application. So the property subject to the application is municipally addressed as 2945 Birch Street, which is highlighted in red on the screen. The property is 0.305 hectares in area and currently contains 2 residential apartment buildings with a total of 9 units. To the north of the property, there is a mix of commercial and residential land uses, and residential uses surround the property to the east, south, and west. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject property from mixed-use commercial C4 and residential second density R2 zones to a residential third density exception zone to permit a 3-story apartment building with 30 units. The effect of the zoning bylaw amendment, along with the site-specific exceptions, will be discussed in short order. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the architectural rendering of the building and site from Birch Street. Next slide. This slide shows 2 architectural elevations of the building. The photo on the left shows the front elevation from Birch Street, and the photo on the right shows the rear elevation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the conceptual site plan that was submitted for the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to construct a 3-story, 30-unit apartment building with an amenity area in the front yard, along with 4 visitor parking spaces in the front yard and 18 parking spaces in the rear yard. The County of Simcoe has made changes to the site plan that have responded to preliminary internal review and public comments shared at the Committee of the Whole meeting in February, as well as at various community touch points since then. These changes include shifting the proposed building further back on the site to the east to ensure the entirety of the building is outside of the floodplain limit, adding 4 additional parking spaces in the front yard to respond to concerns around parking availability on site, and moving the amenity area to the front yard to accommodate the new location of the building and to enhance the front yard feeling of the residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. Under the town's new official plan, the property is designated Mixed-Use Corridor 2. Next slide, please. The Mixed-Use Corridor 2 designation permits residential apartments within low-rise and mid-rise buildings, and the proposed development meets the general purpose and intent of the Mixed-Use Corridor 2 designation and low-rise built form policies. An official plan amendment would be required for height and density. However, the official plan allows for residential intensification projects with a significant affordable housing component to exceed the applicable density and height ranges without an amendment to the plan, which is being recommended and will be detailed in the staff report at a later date. Next slide, please. The subject property is split zoned mixed use commercial C4 and residential second density R2. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the subject property to residential third density exception zone to facilitate the proposed apartment building. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the site-specific exceptions being requested in the residential third density exception zone. The rezoning includes all R3 provisions with the following site-specific exceptions. Reduced interior side yard from 7.5 meters to 3 meters, a reduced landscaped open space from 40% to 37%, reduced number of visitor parking spaces from 0.25 spaces per unit to 0.23 spaces per unit, reduced front yard setback for a detached accessory building from 7.5 meters to 3 meters, and to permit a detached accessory building to be closer to the front lot line than the main building. Aside from these exceptions, all other provisions of the zoning bylaw would comply. Next slide, please. Prior to submitting applications, the county has led previous consultations to ensure the current tenants and other community members were informed of the project and had opportunities to provide feedback. So as mentioned, the preliminary design was presented to council in February 2025. 2 community information sessions were held in July of 2025, and public comments were received at these sessions that then informed the revisions to the proposed site plan you see today. Internal discussions between the county, the town, and the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority have been ongoing. Next slide, please. As part of a complete application, the following supporting documents have been submitted: a geotechnical investigation, hydrogeological investigation, noise study, stormwater management and functional servicing report, traffic impact study and parking analysis, urban design report, planning justification report, architectural drawings, site plan, civil engineering drawings, landscape plan, and photometric plan. Next slide, please. Planning Services circulated the application and supporting materials for technical review on August 26th. Since then, we have received standard comments from EPCOR, MTO, Simcoe County District School Board, Enbridge, and Hydro One. Today's meeting is an opportunity to formally hear from the public. However, we have heard from interested residents and community members since notice was circulated. 2 public comments have been submitted to date, which include the following themes: concerns regarding the current tenants of the apartments on Birch Street, concerns with respect to the rear yard setback from the parking area, questions regarding environmental site assessments, concerns about noise impact from the emergency generator on site, and general questions around official plan conformity. We have also received comments from the town's Affordable Housing Task Force, writing in support of the proposed development. We are still waiting on a few internal and external review comments, which will be compiled and sent to the applicant for review. Next slide, please. Following this afternoon's public meeting, next steps include a review and consideration of comments received from today's meeting, completion of technical review, receiving results from peer reviews, and providing the proponent with all comments received, refining the zoning bylaw amendment as proposed as necessary, preparing a staff report with recommendations to the Committee of the Whole and Council, and then Council would then render a decision to approve or refuse the zoning bylaw amendment, and a notice of decision would be circulated to all individuals and organizations who formally requested notice. It would also be published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper. Next slide, please. Should anyone wish to submit comments or concerns following this afternoon's meeting, you are welcome to email myself. My email is on the screen, or you can submit written correspondence to Town Hall. Members of the public can provide written comments up until Council renders a decision. Verbal comments will only be accepted during a public meeting or at a future Committee of the Whole meeting. Next slide, please. To be notified of future agendas or meetings related to these applications, you can review them on our website. If you would like to receive notice of a future meeting or decision, please provide your contact details today. There's a sign-in sheet, or email me and request to be circulated in the future. So that concludes my presentation this afternoon. I'll turn the floor back to the chair, noting that the County of Simcoe representatives are here and have a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Housing Development Coordinator D'Souza. Who would like to come to the, yes, please do. Oh, wait, from the county. Are you coming from the county? Okay, thank you. I should have gone with the name tag.
That's okay, thank you. I did provide a presentation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rochelle Hamlin. I work with the County of Simcoe as a registered professional planner and agent for this proposed development. Thank you. Ms. D'Souza provided an overview and background of this proposed development. So today I'm just going to go over it very quickly, provide a bit of information on the background, some site context, the proposed development, the planning context, the proposed site-specific zoning bylaw amendment being requested, overview of the building design and plan, and some closing remarks. Next slide, please. So Simcoe County Housing Corporation is a corporation owned and managed by the County of Simcoe. For this particular application, it's the Simcoe County Housing Corporation that will be the applicant for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and development. The Simcoe County Housing Corporation oversees a number of affordable housing initiatives. On this slide is a photo of the recent development on 2nd Street that was completed by this and operated by the Simcoe County Housing Corporation. County Council approved the proposed development on Birch Street to proceed with the preliminary design of the 3-story, 30-unit affordable housing building at that location. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Ms. D'Souza, the subject site is located at 2945 Birch Street. The total frontage is approximately 60 meters along Birch Street. The site is, if I'm rounding up, 0.31 hectares or 0.76 acres. The surrounding uses include residential uses and is in close proximity to the commercial corridor and transit services available along First Street. Next slide, please. As most are aware, the current site contains 2 buildings that were donated to the town by the Johnson family. The buildings are a 1-story low-rise building containing approximately 4 units, and the second building is a 2-story apartment building containing approximately 5 units. The county is proposing to redevelop the site of the 2 existing buildings with 1 3-story, 30-unit building. The continued use will be rental affordable housing as well, and will contain a mix of different unit types, including studios, 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom units. In addition, the building will include what we call a community program room, which would be accessible on the ground floor and would be available for community programming at this location as well. Thank you. Next slide. So on this slide, as mentioned by Ms. D'Souza, the proposed development is beyond the identified floodplain limit, and the image on the right side of the screen is an overlay of the proposed building on top of the existing buildings to provide sort of an understanding of what the proposed development impact could be on this site to what we know of it today. Oh, thank you. I was just going to mention that because of the identified floodplain, it's important to note that all openings to the proposed building will be above that identified floodplain limit. I won't go through too much of the planning context because Ms. D'Souza did mention that. But this proposal is for an exception to the zoning bylaw amendment and to request that the proposed site be rezoned from a mixed zone of commercial 4 and residential density 2 to residential density 3. Next slide, please. Site-specific exceptions are also being requested to accommodate the proposed development on this site. As mentioned by Ms. D'Souza, there are 5 proposed exceptions. Firstly, a slight reduction in the visitor parking standard. Currently, a calculation would require the proposed development to have 23 spaces in total. The county is proposing 22 spaces. The town zoning bylaw requires 40% of landscaped open space. The county is requesting 37%. In addition, the accessory building in the front yard will be a garden shed to accommodate sort of the raised planters and landscaping tools and equipment on the site, and we're proposing that it be in the front yard, closer to the front line than the building, and also a reduced front yard setback from 7.5 to 3 meters. And then lastly, the county is requesting that the building on the south side of the building be set back from 7.5 to 3 meters from the property line. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the building design. It's incorporating comments received from both the council and the public, requesting that it includes some heritage components. So for this reason, it's been designed with a peaked roof, and also the heritage red accents on the front and the gabled front entrance as well. Next slide, please. Lastly, excuse me, the proposed development contributes to a vibrant and transit-oriented community. It is compatible with the existing residential neighborhood and provides a transition from the adjacent commercial area to the low-density residential area. It contributes significantly to the town's affordable housing supply. It incorporates a mix of units for seniors, families, and individuals. The site layout has been designed to ensure the property access and building openings are above the regulated flood elevation. The building is accessible, including the outdoor amenity area. The building is a permitted use in the town's official plan, and the county requests a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to accommodate the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, and Brad Spiewak, Community of Housing, can also assist.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to ask if there's any members of the public who would like to address council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillor, staff. My name is Jack Vanderkoy. I chair the Affordable Housing Task Force, as you probably all know. You need my address? 30 Waterfront Circle in Collingwood.
We know where to find you.
Or you know where to find me. Yes, you definitely know where to find me. So the Collingwood Affordable Housing Task Force would like to support the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 29 to 45 Birch Street, which will allow 30 units of affordable, non-subsidized rental units to be built and managed by the County of Simcoe Housing Corporation. We support this bylaw amendment for the following reasons. First of all, adding 30 units to replace the current 9 is a positive step towards addressing the housing affordability crisis in our community. Also, 29 to 45 Birch Street is centrally located in the built-up urban setting with access to commercial amenities, schools, transit, and pedestrian connectivity, thus reducing the need for residents to own one or more automobiles. Even though the task force does not have expertise on design and construction methods, we do advocate for supporting design and development practices that advance the argument that affordable housing density can be achieved quickly through innovative development practices and in a way that does not detract from Collingwood's overall aesthetic through smart design. So we compliment the town of Collingwood, their staff, and councillors in their collaboration with Simcoe County to realize the full potential of this site for the benefit of our community. I also would like to recognize the other task force members who are here. We have Mark Shebanidi and Pam Osmond, and thank them as well as the others who are listed in the letter that I will be sending to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for all your hard work on this. Is there any other member of the public who would like to address council? Clerk Thomas, would there be anyone online? No one online. Last chance. Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion of the meeting, and I will open it to council for any of their questions. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Another step in the process. I'm very pleased that the public has been so welcoming, especially the residents nearby. I think this is our second public meeting where we haven't had any public representation, and I do believe it's because an excellent job has been done with the product that's going to be going in there. So I just wanted to say that, and just you mentioned just now, Mayor Hamlin, thank the Affordable Housing Task Force members for all their hard work, and of course our staff as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Simcoe County.
Yes, and Simcoe County. Absolutely. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Not a question, but just a comment to say that as a resident of Collingwood, as a councillor, and most particularly as a neighbor who lives on Birch Street, I'm just delighted with this whole application. And I think everyone is to be covered in glory on this. I think it just ticks all the boxes. And I think it lives up to the intent and the objective of the Johnson family themselves. So I think it's just a win-win all the way around. There's a lot of statements there, but it just is a wonderful outcome for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Just for the edification of the public, what is the breakdown of the various sizes of units?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. For clarification, do you mean the size of the unit or the types of units?
Oops.
So of the 30, there are 13 studio units proposed, 11 one-bedroom units, and 3 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom units. And of those 30, 6 will be barrier-free.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll bring this public meeting to a close. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the adoption of minutes at 8.1. The recommendation before council is this, that the minutes of the council committee of the whole meeting held September 3rd, 2025, excluding committee of the whole recommendations, and council meeting held September 8, 2025, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I apologize because I've lost the number, but with respect to the motion regarding the Performing Arts Center, and it was your motion proceeding with 3 locations. I was a little confused about a quote in the newspaper by the CAO that some locations that we had already considered could be still on the table, and that wasn't my intent when voting. So before voting for the minutes, I was just wondering if you could clarify what you meant in your motion. Will they be new locations? Otherwise, I would probably find myself having to ask for a notice of reconsideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for asking for that clarification. My intent was that they would be new sites.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the minutes? Okay, all those, sorry,
I'm not sure. I think there's additional clarity that staff were wondering about as well, because during the review, it was there's been a number of sites mentioned and a few explored. So we wanted to make sure that the ones that have been mentioned but not fully explored would still be items that were on the table for this next round of review. And if there's any clarity, I think Director Cubitt would be the one to request.
Yeah, I think the ones that have, as far as my intention, were the 2 parking lots on Pine Street and St. Marie did not find favor at this table. So I thought they would not be included. And that was the list as far as I was aware. Was there another, Councillor Jeffrey, did you have something else in mind? The motion specifically excluded the museum site.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. But my understanding is that it was eliminating 3 parking lots because we started out with 3. It eliminates terminals. We investigated terminals as a separate presentation. We entertained the leisure time, and that was discounted. And trying to think what else comes to mind. I think that's that we eliminated all of those in terms of our processes, but if staff have others, I'm happy to hear.
Yeah, Director Cubitt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I just request clarification on Eddie Bush Memorial Arena? We had brought that forward as potential to explore further. We did not receive that direction, so we would indicate that's one that's been brought forward, but not maybe further explored.
Mm-hmm. These are a bit challenging questions for, a request to clarify a motion. So I think what I'll do, if that's all right, maybe I'll just come back to the next meeting and clarify this a bit more, because I don't want to have a debate here about which site, because like the Leisure Time Center, I may want to know if there's anything else to be done there. The Eddie Bush off the top would require a lot of thinking, and I don't think it's been looked at yet. So I think my intent was that we not look at the two parking lots that were examined in some detail, and that we allow staff to go and tell us their best views on what might be available. And I have no preconceived ideas. I have no preference to one site over another. So, but I would just like some input from our staff on, they have been sitting here listening to all the discussion. They know what's important to our council. And I think we just let them have a go at it.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to vote against the minutes then, because I don't have an understanding or clarity of what's represented in them unless we can sever out that one item and I can vote on the rest. And it's not that the minutes aren't recorded properly, they're just recorded without clarity on what I was on the understanding that I was voting on. And my vote was going to 3 new considerations that we hadn't been considered before.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Ring.
Is that not what you said though, Mayor? That there would be 3 new considerations, which means anything we previously discussed or turned down wouldn't be in consideration?
I didn't think into details, and like we can split a lot of hairs over, I don't know, the terminals site. How much did we look at that? And I know why it was discarded at the time, because it wasn't downtown. I honestly don't have enough information to say whether one site's been looked at in great detail or not. Which ones did we vote on? Which ones we not? Staff know which ones we voted on. And those are the ones that I thought would be excluded. Other than that, I don't feel like I have enough information to say this site or that site on ones we have not examined thoroughly. And as I say, I don't care where it is. I just want some good analysis of what's possible. And we might not like any of the 3, but I think, we got to just keep moving here and let's see what we haven't examined yet. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. So for what it was worth, my understanding of the motion and the reason why I supported it was that we would be looking at 3 alternative sites, not to be parking lot or the museum. But there have been other sites that have been examined in the multiple examinations of a site. And so I would anticipate that staff may have a look at 1 or 2 of the sites that may have been previously discounted, but given council's desire to look beyond some of the proposals that have already been put in front of us, I would think that they may very well consider sites that, like the Leisure Time Club as an example, because we can't seem to come to any agreement as to the sites that have been recommended. So that was my understanding.
Thank you. Okay, well, if there's no other comments, I think I've explained what I thought, what I intended my motion to say when it said up to 3 properties as potential sites. So we'll vote on the minutes, and if you don't agree with my explanation, you can vote against them. Okay, all those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, and those opposed, and that passes. Thank you. 8.2 is business arising from previous minutes. And I believe Deputy Mayor Fryer, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As I made everyone aware earlier on the agenda call this morning, I need to make amendment to the declaration in item 4 of the September 3rd minutes we've just approved. The declaration in the minutes is as was stated at the meeting, but needs amendment to properly reflect the reason for disqualification. I have verified that there were direct discussions with the property owners. While I strongly suspected this to be the case at the meeting, without it being verified for me that day, I had to provide a may or may not reference. Therefore, I will amend the declaration to state the verified reason to ensure it is accurately recorded. I'm also, again, going to express my disappointment that the motion that was presented, which caused the disqualification and the unusual step of remaining nearby the council table, should have been withdrawn, so none of it would have been necessary. I was correct to do that, as the Integrity Commissioner has agreed afterwards that I could have turned back and rejoined when Clerk Amos asked. But as I noted, the uncertainty of no verification and parking options noted as one of the options, out of an abundance of caution, I decided not to. I wanted to make that clear because it was correct for me to stay close by, and also I will be participating in the ensuing next steps that are being undertaken. Some of that I will touch on further later on the agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to disagree, though, that if you have a conflict or any members have a conflict, that we don't deal with the motions. In fact, the legislation is quite clear that as long as we have 2 people voting, we can vote. So a lot of council could have a conflict on any particular matter. We don't even have to have a quorum to vote as long as there's 2. So I don't think I quite agree with your suggestion that we should not have dealt with the motion, but we have different views on that. The next item is the approval of the Committee of the Whole recommendations. The recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held September 3rd, 2025, council minutes be hereby approved as presented. And there are 3 items. T 2025-14, Quarter 2 Financial Update. P 2025-21, 780 10th line, that's Links View, update on active planning application, and reports and minutes of other committees and boards. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt those recommendations? Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Ring. Any comments on these? All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you. The consent agenda is next. And the recommendation is that council receive the general consent agenda, noting that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. There's 3, 12.1, Town of Ramera, Restrong Mayor Powers. 12.2, Ki Yamamoto, Mayor of Gatineau City, letter re-invitation to visit Gatineau City. 12.3, A. Griffiths, President, Collingwood Legion, letter re-oppose museum property for Arts Center. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. And Councillor Potts would like to pull something?
Yes, I'd like to pull 12.3, please.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to pull something? Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
12.1, please.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing not, I'll start with 12.1. We'll go in order here.
I requested this circulated decision by Ramera to be included because it's an example of a very well-worded submission to the ministry, noting about Ontario municipalities already demonstrating commitment to addressing the housing crisis, and that strong mayor powers fundamentally alter local democratic governance, creating uncertainty and risks eroding the trust that underpins effective municipal governance. Those are concerns shared by many, and in my opinion, the root of it is because the province decreed and not our local voters during an election, when clarity could have been provided to them about each candidate's intentions to utilize or not the powers. Many of the points raised are similar to those that Collingwood provided to the province back in April about not requiring the powers to advance housing and the risk to diminish established local collaboration processes. I requested this addition well before the mayoral directive on the 2026 budget was sent to council in conjunction with the public agenda release. Also, before deciding to again ask for further strong mayor power discussion, which will occur later on the agenda. I had no intention initially to act or speak on this letter, rather ensure it was seen by council and our public, but due to the circumstances of last Monday's in-camera discussion and clarifications later today, I may be providing notice of motion. I won't be doing that now because we are going to have our discussions later and it may not be required. If it is, though, I would be submitting it in concurrence with, for one, the responsible pillar of our community-based strategic plan pillars and the applicable goals to promote a healthy local democracy and to champion local government collaboration. So I'm going to leave the comments at that, but certainly can respond if anyone wants to discuss this further right now.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on this letter? I have to say, I was thought when I looked at it that there are some municipalities where the mayors are not taking up any strong mayor powers or turning what they have away. But certainly AMO and the president of AMO has made comments that although they represent some 400 municipalities in the province, that they're not going to take any stand against the strong mayor powers that have been expanded to half the municipalities. And in fact, the president, Robin Jones, has said that she has noticed and she's heard, I should say, from certain mayors that they were happy they had these powers because when the time came, it was important for their community to have certain projects go ahead. And without these powers, they would not have gone ahead. So anyway, I look forward to the discussion later in the agenda. Okay, and the next item was 12.3. Go ahead, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I just wanted to pull this letter just to indicate the support of the Collingwood Legion on our decision last meeting on the museum for the Arts Centre. And it was just to kind of, again, show that there was no, they wanted the letter to be on the agenda, but given the timing, it didn't make it for the last meeting. So it's, again, just to support the sacred ground of the cenotaph. And that, and by no means, I know there were some members of the Legion taken back on the, I guess the words of NIMBYism, that there was no NIMBYism involved. It was just simply on supporting the sacred ground at this time and the board's position. So that's, I just wanted to make sure that that letter was seen by the public. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for reiterating their position. The next item on the agenda is the county report, and we have several senior staff here that are going to speak to us today. So 13.1 is a community housing update.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mina Beckett. I'm the General Manager for Social and Community Services at the County Simcoe. Thank you for having us here today. We're going to do a short presentation and an update on 3 different service areas within our social services being delivered, specifically 2 services in Collingwood. So I'll start off the presentation on behalf of Andrew Scavarelli, our Director of Homelessness and Housing, who's a little under the weather today, so I'll be covering off for him. Brad Spiewak will be starting off, then myself, and then Samantha Searcher. So the first half is going to be about the project you just heard about during the public meeting, a little progress on that development in community housing. Thereafter, I'll speak a little bit about our homelessness services and some of our rapid rehousing programming for the homeless that's happening here in Collingwood. And then Director Zurcher will finish off with talking a little bit about our largest of all of our social services, our childcare programming, and some of the expansions to the system and what that translates to for the town of Collingwood. So I'll hand it off to Director Spiewak to start with the community housing development.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Welcome, Director Spiewak.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council, and thanks again for having us. So go ahead, next slide. there's obviously all our names printed out in case you do need to contact us. A number of the images in my portion of the presentation were often common in the two previous presentations. So if there's a bit of overlap there, I'll go a little bit quicker just out of respect for council's time. So for Birch Street, I think we've all heard about lots of this one this afternoon. So next slide. So again, just the rendering at the front. Just a couple of things to point out though. So yeah, the amenity building, what we did there is usually we found it's nice if we can give tenants a place to sit. And I think Ms. Hamlin alluded to where the garden tools go. The community gardens are great, but we found is if we don't do this, then that means bags of dirt and other stuff will be carried through the building and dragged through the hallways, where if we can obviously put the wheelbarrows and shovels and soil and mulch and all those things out right where they're going to be used, it obviously keeps a much cleaner building. So it's one of those lessons learned that we've been best practices that we've been doing over time. And then the other shelter you do see out there is an actual smoking shelter. So I know sometimes a smoking shelter can be a bit of a controversial subject, but as the building is non-smoking, we do need to give people a place to smoke, or they will. And the other thing is I'd rather they didn't do it on town property either, because then that's the other thing that will happen. So it's one of those, if we can try to set it up best we can, give a proper place to do it away from the building and not in the building, which is sometimes what tenants may want to do, then again, it just works out better in the long term for the neighborhood and as well as us. So next slide. And again, I think you've seen the rear of the building. Oftentimes we do get asked about what are those big garage doors, and what that is our garbage rooms. So again, one of those other lessons learned over time and best practices that we've done is obviously we do keep the main bins inside. We don't want to keep that outside. But then of course on garbage day, we have a nice way to roll it up, nice big door. And of course that saves damage to the building. If you don't, as we all know, if we don't give maintenance staff the room to move something big out, then unfortunately we're going to be carving up walls and other things like that. So we have a couple of doors to be able to move things in and out. And then also, as Ms. Hamlin alluded to, the covered entrances that work well in poor weather as well. Next slide. So the ground floor plan, hopefully you can see it a little bit, but yeah, the two key areas are, so the building does have two elevators. So again, this is one of our things, elevators break, and unfortunately the elevators break more often than what we would like them to. So certainly having a redundant elevator with vulnerable populations, we found again is one of those things that is almost a must, because again, it will go down. And a lot of people forget too, elevators only last about 20 years. And when that 20 years comes, that elevator is going to have to be taken out of service for at least 2 months. It's usually 8 to 10 weeks to redo an elevator. And of course, the question is, if you have people on the upper floors and that elevator's down for 2+ months, then what, right? Like, that's a long time. Most people, you could get by with an elevator for a day or two, but certainly not months. So we do have the multiple elevators, whether you may not be able to see it, but there is a small bicycle or scooter room. And again, we found that works out well. The common laundry room. And then, of course, we do have, there's two common areas. So a tenant common room, so that's one that they get to use. They book for parties. Certainly as staff, we sometimes use that for events we host with them. But then there's also the community program room, and that's the one that often we're finding external agencies are liking to use. In our newest building down in Bradford, we have a significant number of bookings in the program room, which is great. So it's a small amount of revenue, which is nice, helping the operation of the buildings, but also it's a great feature in the neighborhood that people can use. Next slide. The site plan I won't discuss too much, other than at the front you can see there is a fairly large wheelchair ramp. One of the things that is happening on the site is, you've heard it mentioned multiple times, the building is outside of the flood zone. And you also heard it mentioned the building is above the flood lines, or a certain distance above that, which means actually the building sits up a fair bit higher than what it is previously, and that's because we got to get above what would be the high water mark that's determined by the town of Collingwood and the NVCA. So what that does mean in the end is we do have wheelchair ramps and a number of other accessibility pathways to make sure we can get there with the right slopes. And in addition to the parking up at the front, the extra spaces, that also does provide a garbage truck turnaround. So again, depending on the community, sometimes different garbage pickup vendors don't like to be backing out, and especially backing onto small streets. And again, sometimes that can be a safety thing. If you have a big truck backing out and they can't see very well on the sidewalks, this actually gives them a place to turn around and drive out onto back onto Birch Street. So that helps a bit. And you can see the generator in that sort of top left corner. So that would be at the back. So again, because the building is going to need to be able to stay occupied. We always want our residents to be able to stay in their units, even if power outages. Again, a lot of them don't have another place to go. So we always want to make sure the heat's on, the hot water's on, the lights are on. Usually we can do a little bit of air conditioning. We can't usually, air condition the whole building, but we can certainly keep a couple of rooms, what we would call a cooling room, open so that if we did have an extended power outage in summertime or warm, humid months. Next slide. And then the landscape plans, you can see lots of plantings have been added, a fair bit number of more trees and shrubs. And then a number of the comments that did come back from the various public meetings are what's the landscaping along the rear of the property, especially along that fence. So we're still working through a little bit of the detailed design on what that retaining wall is going to look like and the fence and the plantings. And then county staff will be taking that actual detail of that to the neighbors immediately behind and showing them. That was one of those comments that came out of our information session. So we're happy to do that. And so we'll meet with each of the residents behind and make sure they understand how everything's going to come together, which should be in their backyard, literally. Next slide. So activities to date. So I know sometimes it looks like not a lot's been happening, but actually quite a bit's been going on behind the scenes. So certainly meeting with the tenants and all the moves. So the building was emptied out by the end of July. So by July 31st, everyone was out and successfully and happy in their new location. We've done our public information sessions. Lots of that survey and soil works has been done, hazardous materials. And we did, I think it was in Ms. D'Souza's presentation, she mentioned about demolition. So there's a slight delay, unfortunately, with locates. As you know, I got a call before we dig, but they were a little bit behind in getting that done. So demolition will be getting going this week. And then I know certainly county communications, along with the town communications, will ensure there's some discussion there, as I know there'll probably be some photo ops and a small media event. The last thing is obviously building drawings are getting going. And of course, there's a huge amount of, as always, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing going on. So we like to do a few extra things. This building will be sprinklered, and this was one. Unfortunately, we do have fires do happen, and normally we would prefer to do a concrete building, but in the modular world, they're wood, right? So which is fine. We can do it quicker and lighter, but that also means the risk and for fire potential is a little bit different. So this building will be sprinklered, and certainly Collingwood Fire is obviously very happy to hear that as well. But what that does mean is what we found, again, best practices. Sprinklers are great until they let go. And if there's unfortunately some false alarms, which means a whole lot of water is raining down, especially in a wood building. So we're putting in a number of extra drains. So just if we can divert that water into the drain versus down into people's unit in the event of either somebody, hits a head or there actually is a small fire that lets the head go. What that does obviously is just minimize damage. And next slide. And upcoming, so we had our ZBA meeting today. There's site plan applications will be going in. We're well underway into our permitting process. Like I said, demolition getting going. Lots of shop drawings are starting. And the actual manufacture of the modules will be starting soon. We were hoping it was going to actually start later this year, but I think it's probably going to start in January or December, January, just as we're dealing back and forth with the factory down in Fredericton is where they're going to be coming from. We got lots of extra materials to order. And hopefully what we do want to do is get the site plan works going. So once we get through our ZBA, before everything freezes up and gets covered in snow, the goal will be get the foundation works put in and the site services put in so that at the earliest opportunity in the springtime, we can actually land the modules. And again, that'll be very quick. So be interesting to watch. That's when you get to kind of see in the modular world, a building appear in a couple of days, which normally takes, or a couple of weeks versus what could take 6-8 months. And often a common question we do get is, when can applications open? So typically we do it about 6 months before. So when we open our portal for people to apply. So that'll be in the winter of 26. But we will keep our contacts at the town apprised of when we're going to do that. Because often I know you may get calls from your various constituents or the public that may want to know when that's going to be open. So we'll make sure you guys are aware when that's going to go live. Next slide. And just a quick overview, you can see it's a very compressed timeline. Again, this is very quick. We're talking literally about a 1 year from designing of a building and getting it put in place was extremely quick. And again, we couldn't do that without the support of Collingwood staff. So whether that's planning, building, fire, it's been very collaborative in helping us move on, like I said, an extremely aggressive timeline. You can see where we are there around the start, just getting ready to go into demolition. I was hoping the modules would arrive late this year, but they, like I said, they may wait depending on factory availability until the spring. Won't really change the end opening date because that's kind of going anyways. It just means they'll be able to do a little bit more of the finishing over the winter and then bring everything up and get it landed. What the goal would be the summer of next summer of 26 to get it open. And then usually by the fall, if there's any final landscaping items, we will get those cleaned up. It's hard sometimes, as they say in the dog days of summer, to get trees and shrubs and some of those other things planted, or they end up just not surviving anyway. So usually there's a few little landscape or especially warranty landscape items that we would deal with in the fall. And I think that's it for me. Next slide. So I don't know whether you're happy to take questions now or if it's at the end of the
Well, why don't we take questions now, because you have sort of distinct topics, I think. Sure. Would anyone like to ask questions? Yes, go ahead.
Actually, thank you, Mayor, and it is both a comment and a question. So through you to Mr. Spiewak, congratulations for the selection of a Canadian company to be providing the modular components. First of all, I think that it's quite an advancement in Ontario for modular housing, and even more exciting that it is Canadian. And my question is, how do prospective tenants apply, and how do they qualify? Do they have to provide a statement of income, or just how does that work?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Hamlin. Yeah, so thank you for the comments. Certainly the modular is going to be interesting. You've probably heard too, there's some federal announcements with federal funding coming available, and it sounds like there's also going to be a big push on modular. So hopefully, if we can apply more funding to this one, that's great, because that's obviously all as county taxpayers, we are all paying for this one. But two, it does set up the stage for, all the learnings from this one and even doing more if we can get more funding. We'll say if we can use this design in another location, we can even save more time and more money if we're able to duplicate what we're doing here in another community. With respect to applying, so what we'll do is, as I mentioned, about 6 months before, we would open a portal, we call it. So in other words, the online application process, and then it's first come, first serve. We usually let people know. There is an income limit, and what we do is we target the 60th percentile. So right now, I believe that's about 83,000. So, and they do we do income test only the one time when they come in. We don't do income testing annually after that. So yeah, so there's an income threshold. And as long as they're under the 60th percentile as set by the province of Ontario, which again, in that number indexes each year, then, and they fill out the application, and then they're on the process for going in.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So that kind of leads to another question. And that is, if a particular individual or family apply and are accepted based on their income, and if they experience a significant rise in income over the years that they are occupants, what mechanism is there in place so that they don't just keep this unit because it's such a good price, and therefore reduce the availability for someone who would qualify and would need that specific unit?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Hamlin. We often don't see that. So as I mentioned, we only income test when they go in. And usually people's life circumstances don't change that much. They change a little bit. Oftentimes, if they do change, they usually leave on their own accord. But we typically haven't seen that many. Like if you think of all the units we have and what the history on that is, we typically don't see that. Usually if people are that well off or they've gone through some of those other circumstances, usually they're moving on of their own accord.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I'll maybe just circle back. Thanks for the presentation, and again, thank you for the great work. Circle back just a little bit on the funding, because it stood out to some when the initial project was accepted at the county level. If I recall correctly, there was a small amount of funding, $750,000, I think it was. And we explained that the reason why it looked small compared to the overall cost was that the application had to be made at a ready-to-build stage to have acceptance for federal and provincial funding mechanisms. So just at our last meeting, that was brought to the attention of County Council on successful funding requests. Would you be at a stage right now where you could give it? I think there was around $7.5 million of funding. And I know the report referred to a major portion of it going to Birch Street. Would you be at a position where you could give us a rough idea on how much that portion would be?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, through you, Mayor Hamlin. I think, Rochelle, we're at 7 million roughly. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the original 750, and then we've added under the new Ofi-Kochi envelope that just came out. So for years 25, 26, and 27, about another 7 million onto it. So that's great. We're putting a big dent in what the financial cost of that overall building is.
Just follow up, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you for that, because I think that completes the circle on the inquiries that were made at the beginning about the lack of funding. Because if the government wants affordable housing, why aren't they funding it? And the explanation was we anticipated funding, we just weren't sure what it would be.
Yeah, just I could add to the other important thing that it illustrates is how important it is to have shovel-ready projects either going or in the hopper ready to go, because if you don't have that and then we can't actually apply that funding, then that means that funding is potentially either going to someone else or a different project, right? So very important to have things like when we do the calls and try to have, like I said, those buildings in the pipeline and going to be able to receive that funding, because it always comes under tight timelines as well, that it has to be expenditured.
Mayor Hamlin, you may recall many times we've heard near the end of the year, there's some funding available.
Yeah.
And we always have those things ready, right? And I commend county staff for being prepared for when those opportunities present themselves, because I think the county has benefited well over the period of time that I've been involved, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just following up on the Deputy Mayor's question. Are you telling me that the total cost of Birch Street was only 7 million?
No, Birch Street is about 18 million. And so right now we're at about 8 of the 18 is being funded in partnership with the federal and provincial governments.
Thank you for that. I kind of thought that's a more realistic number. Thank you.
I just wanted to make the comment. I'm so impressed with the speed at which this project has gone from 0 to 100. So thank you, everyone, for all your hard work on this, really. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next.
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, I'm going to present a little bit more about some of the services that we've been delivering over the past year and a half, and talk a little bit about where we are on our homelessness prevention strategy. So if you recall, February of 2024, so a little over a year and a half ago, I was here sharing our 10-point strategy that we were introducing on how to address homelessness and prevent homelessness throughout the county. Some of that strategy reflected some different ways of doing things, essentially 9 different ways to do to address homelessness, and then an additional 10th way, which was trying to find new opportunities to develop affordable housing. So you're kind of seeing a continuation of those efforts and some specifics to what we're doing here in Collingwood. So next slide. So one of those 10 ways was creating more engagement with people living outside and creating a bridge in order to refer people to services. So one of the things that we wanted to introduce in late 23, we introduced a community safety team pilot, and we piloted it in the city of Barrie and measured kind of how the engagements work and what the impact of the team was. Based on that pilot and those results, we tendered out contracts for similar services across the county to expand the project. And One Community Solutions, which was the piloted agency, was the successful bidder on the contract. So here at the town of Collingwood, based on the data we had and we continue to measure, we introduced a 1-day-a-week service model here, and then an additional by-call or referral request model. So here, the One Community Solutions community safety team, which is essentially a street patrol team that kind of takes a different approach to traditional security services, but takes an approach that focuses on trying to work directly with those experiencing homelessness and those who are impacted by some of the different aspects of homelessness that may occur, especially in downtown or business areas. So the team here is currently scheduled from 3 to 9 p.m. on Fridays. I also did bring with me, and I'll share with clerks, copies of the information sheets of who to call and when. This is part of the project that they do. Is over time, they start to develop or customize their patrol for each town, as well as a customized way to get in contact with the services for different incidents that may require their intervention, versus clarifying when to call police and when to call bylaw and other aspects. This allows those who are maybe observing something or need assistance with an intervention to be able to understand how to engage One Community Solutions as an organization, but also how to engage other services if necessary when the time is appropriate. Next slide. So this is generally speaking kind of the location that they're limited to in terms of their street patrol or walking teams that will work through those days on Friday or those hours during Friday. It gives you kind of a sense of how they try to kind of traverse through the more urbanized or localized areas here at the town of Collingwood. However, over time and with data analysis, including hotspots, calls for intervention, they can start to amend or augment that area depending on need. And usually, with weather, as well as with different factors that may be applying, they'll need to adjust either temporarily or more permanently based on what they're seeing from a trend analysis. Some of the things that they do on patrol are, one, they're trained on mediation and conflict resolution and de-escalation tactics, so they can immediately engage someone who might be in crisis and help de-escalate them in order to get them the right services or supports. Second thing that they do is that they also do overdose intervention and paraphernalia handling. So if there is discarded paraphernalia, one thing they do on their patrols, collect that paraphernalia and safely dispose of it, as well as if there's paraphernalia identified by public or any member of the community, that can be called in and they can go do a special pickup if it's something severe or major or an immediate risk. And then, of course, like with overdose responses, over their 2-year period right now here at the county, they've done, I think it's over now, like 50 or 60 interventions on overdoses throughout the county. So there is a lot of life safety and life preservation services coming out of this safety team. Again, it's a person-centered approach. Again, looking to try to build relationships over time with those who are repeatedly seen on the streets or outside in different areas in order to bring them inside or to refer them to services for further support. And then again, they do try to work with our outreach teams and collaborate, especially around encampments, again, with the paraphernalia cleanup, safety establishment before, outreach agencies can engage in those who are maybe hidden in ravines or encampments that are hard to reach. So they do a little bit of that work with the outreach teams and or with police services and bylaw services if need be. And that's done through like a coordinated plan of action or events. Depends on each town and city. Here in Collingwood, I think primarily right now it's patrol and call response. But of course, if there's any encampments that need to be actioned or addressed, this would be something that would take more of a coordinated planning effort, and this would be one component of that plan. Finally, with the team, like I said, I have this information sheet that kind of does the who do I call reference guide. And this is the helping clarify when to call One Community Solutions versus when to call other services. In most instances, it is call One Community Solutions. And in the rare incidents where it's like an emergency response or a crisis response or a bylaw infraction that's either on private or public lands, that would probably require other interventions. But the information guide tells you who to call and what number to use. And this is done kind of in collaboration with other service providers as well. So I will hand this out at the end and, have it for the clerks as well. Further to that service, the other major service invested in some of our homelessness prevention 10-point strategy, if you go to the next slide, please, is the supported rapid rehousing modular program. So similar to Director Spiewak's presentation, one real key focus of the County of Simcoe is trying to really invest in modular structures and facilities in different shapes and sizes. So this facility, again, is another one that was able to be put in place very quickly and try to operationalize it. And it focuses on rapid rehousing of seniors experiencing homelessness. It offers an opportunity for 13 individual rooms for seniors that are on our by name list. And this is a critical piece of information so everyone understands, as a part of being the system service manager, we're responsible by legislation to create a name by name list of everyone experiencing homelessness, both by provincial and federal mandates. In that name by name list, it's a live list that updates. You can actually follow along that list in terms of numbers, but not people, on open.simcoe.ca. So you can kind of see the trend analysis, and you can sort by the town of Collingwood to understand what your homelessness population or challenges might be here at the town month over month, and night over night, including in the shelter usage data. So there's two different dashboards there, that open.simcoe.ca, that you can find, and you can kind of learn a little bit more of what's happening in your town. In terms of the rapid rehousing modular program, so some really good results in a short period of time. Again, if you recall, November 2024 was essentially when this program came into place and started to operate, ramping up slowly over the winter. Since then, we've had, I'm going to get this right so I get the data correct here. Since then, we've had over 19 housing outcomes. And actually between March and now, they're averaging about one person being housed every month, which is an incredible rate of success, which is a really good news story. The program's operated by Contact, and I know Deputy Mayor Fryder, you mentioned them doing an event later on this month. So Contact is a fantastic community-based service agency that does a lot of our housing help work in South Simcoe. So for them to be working in Collingwood was a really good outcome for us, as they're expanding kind of their expertise to other towns. They do a lot of collaborative work. Their focus area is to try to build as many partnerships as possible to deliver the key component service, which is the overnight rapid support on site, but also to help with the wraparound support that's needed once someone's successfully been housed, that they maintain that successful tenancy through a series of other skills and life building skills that they may need over time in order to maintain their housing. So here you have them entering partnerships with CMHA, doing some on-site care and support on a daily basis, community paramedicine, health-based workshops through the Georgian Bay Community Health Center. The Salvation Army provides food for the residents. So it is a very collaborative approach, and we know that that's why their housing outcomes are what they are. And again, it is still by assessment. So coming in, there has to be a health-based assessment to understand the level and breadth of someone's health needs in order to enter into the program and be served. In addition, I know the Senior Wish Foundation, the local firefighters, and the Collingwood Border Club have all been very big supporters of the program, assisting them with not only just services and needs, but also with intervention and skill support as well. So that program is one of now 4 that we're trying to introduce. So we have youth-based ones through the modular program in Aurelia, as well as in Barrie. And there'll be a second supportive housing rapid rehousing program, so a 4th one in total opening up in Barrie, all through these same modular facilities. The cost per unit or cost per door on one of these facilities is about $30,000. And as you've seen, it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to put together. The flexibility is, while the space for this one, particularly for seniors, is 1 person per room, you could go to double occupancy and increase the capacity if you need. So in December of 2024, we had a last-minute opportunity through the provincial government for an enhancement for services to create more space in shelter systems for a short period of time. And we were successfully able able to get funding through that application because we had these modulars in place, and we can point to them as a rapid way to get people through the system quickly in 90 days or 180 days. We did that as well as one thing we've done with all of these rapid rehousing programs is we're aligning them with rent supplements that are flexible, so that it's not just contact on their shoulders to find affordable opportunities for people who are residing with them to have them successfully be housed, but to have the rent supplement to draw down the rent to an affordable amount, so that the person has not only the services and supports in place, but they also have a rent supplement. And we think that that equation has been the best success that we've seen so far. So the combination of flexible rent subsidies plus the modular facility being in existence, and then a strong partner delivering the service. So we plan to do more. I think for us, as you know, the hardest part about this was finding where to put these modulars. They do need a certain amount of land size. They need to be able to be serviced or tied into different utilities and services to make them efficient in their use. As once you come off like renting propane and gas and things like that, it does become a bit more effective rather than being on a monthly cost of operating that could be quite high. So yeah, we continue to work on more. The next plans is a 40-bed modular. So now we're going bigger. We've been trying this size out for the last 4. The 5th one's going to be a 40-bed modular, a much larger one. And then also trying some different products as well. So some other products that are larger in room space that might be able to accommodate families, small families as well. So our hopes are in the next few months, and part of our winter strategy, we're going to introduce more of these modulars, as well as more warming and cooling opportunities throughout the county. And our focus will be to try to create a warming space here in the town of Collingwood. I know we explored it late last winter, so now we have a whole season of planning to get it right, as well as that. We want our warming spaces to have daytime drop-in services so that they don't close, but they continue to give people reprieve from the weather during the day as well, where they can get resources like housing help in those sites. So there'll be more to come probably in a month or so while we finalize the plan and locations that we'll come back and share with council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just ask council if they have any questions. Start with Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just 2 things. First of all, I do want to compliment. I noticed that at the site at Campbell and High, the painting and that was done, and it really does actually look quite nice and kind of completes the exterior part. So that looked great. On the community ones, the one community solutions, the catchment area, it showed. Is that the area, if you can confirm, is that just kind of the area they focus on when they come up and do the patrol? Because I know just being up here that a lot of the struggles and challenges are along our waterfront as well. And I know there's some active encampments and stuff that are happening currently, as well as other areas in the town, kind of on the exterior part. And I'm just wondering, what does it look like as far as trying to get into that broader section? Because I think getting to there might help the catchment area here. So maybe you can elaborate.
Through you, Mayor Hamlin. Thanks for the question, Councillor Potts. I think there's 2 things here. To answer the first part of the question, yes, the catchment of the foot patrol. This is the walking team that kind of tries to engage usually people who are, staying in different areas that are highly populated, either footsteps of businesses, stairwells, parking lots, things of that, and really are focused on engaging those folks to try to get into service programming. Things like encampments on waterfronts and where others could be in a more, kind of more outside the urban area, you would say, or outside the higher populated area, that would go to our outreach teams. So this is not just one service. We do have a separate set of organizations that are assigned to do outreach here at the town of Collingwood. And actually this outreach service has been kind of enhanced just this July, entering into new agreements with Waypoint as the head outreach organization. And it's called Assertive Outreach, which means that not only are they engaging, but they're also offering client transportation and housing-based solutions for those who maybe refuse to come inside. So outreach would engage on those. If there's an issue where it's a larger encampment or a larger population of people, let's say on a waterfront or something like that, both One Community Solutions would be called in with outreach to engage that matter. So depending on the case and depending on the need, like whether it's someone who's refusing to come inside, so One Community Solutions probably wouldn't be appropriate there, but is seeking, let's say, I don't want to come inside because I need an accommodation that's not offered at any of the shelter options available at the county. So I need to work directly on a housing solution. That's where outreach would be assertively working with them on a housing outcome. So depending on the case, but certainly if there is a need outside of this map that you feel isn't being captured, we urge you to connect with One Community Solutions, give them that information, and they can then continuously try to adjust either the times or their locations or both, depending on the need.
Thank you. Any other questions? I had one. I noticed this morning the federal government announcement of all the billions they're going to be put into housing, and that the first amount that was going to be released would go into homelessness. I'll call it supports. We all know that the big goal here is to get the people out of the encampments. Have you any preliminary understanding of the funds that will be coming and whether they might help us address this?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Hamlin. So it's a very early announcement, but we have been hearing kind of the inside, maybe staffing side of their analysis of what's happening. So definitely will be homelessness solution focused housing that's rapid, meaning quick to set up, quick to build. And we know that and most of the federal programs are application based. There was one or two rapid housing initiative grant based cycles during the pandemic through the National Housing Strategy. We assume that they're probably revising the National Housing Strategy with this new entity. I do know the new named lead from my past life at the City of Toronto. So Anna Bailau is a huge proponent of creating fast housing for the homeless. So her career probably in that pick lends to where it's going to go. But it's pretty too early. But you know what Mr. Director Spiewak had said earlier, we want to be ready. So we have so many different projects in the pipeline that we think are 18 months or less to deliver, and we're hoping those will qualify. So I think we're positioned really well. I think the federal government will ask for what's your plan, and we have a 10-point plan in place, and we have data to back up our outcomes on that plan. So I think we kind of check off a lot of the boxes. So I'm optimistic that the county will hopefully be benefiting from the program.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing your early thoughts on that. Did you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. When we get that contact list for the community one, to the clerk, if we could distribute that maybe directly to the BIA, and then that way for the businesses that so they know who to contact. I forgot to mention that. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Last but not least, I'm going to shift direction a little bit and look more at the earlier sector and what our role is as the service system manager for childcare and early years. Next slide, please. So we, as the service system manager, are legislated to plan, manage, and administer funding to the earlier system. So that is made up of all of the childcare centers that are licensed across the county, including home childcare programs that are operating through a licensed childcare agency. In total, combined, we have approximately 226, I think is the number now, but that is continuing to increase. We also support through funding the Early On Child and Family Centers, and there are just over 30 programs that are operating countywide through Early On. And then we also fund the special needs resourcing. So that funding line is intended to ensure that all children who are attending childcare receive the supports that they need for the unique needs that they may present with. Next slide, please.
As the service system manager, we are obligated to have a service system plan. So our service system plan was just newly approved by County Council in June. Basically, our three main goals as part of that is to ensure that we have an inclusive and accessible early learning and childcare experiences available for children, that we have a thriving and sustainable early learning and childcare workforce. I think often when we hear about the growth in childcare, the growth in the workforce to support that is lagging. So that is something that is a main focus of ours. And then to ensure that we also have cohesive community planning and strategic action that we're taking as we move forward. Next slide, please. So this was our growth strategy. I'm going to focus primarily on childcare and the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. So that's the National Childcare Program that was announced in 2021. This was our 5-point plan with respect to our growth strategy. So ensuring that we're creating the number of spaces that we're obligated to create, that we are increasing the affordability for families, that those childcare spaces are costing less than they were previously, that we're enhancing the quality and stability, and that we're building up the workforce, as I just mentioned, and building knowledge across our community about what that information is. So many of our member municipalities at the County of Simcoe may not have a good understanding of what the role is that we have with respect to childcare. And so we're working to, as we're doing today, bring this information so that everybody is aware of it. Next slide, please. So the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, which I'm going to refer to as CWELC for short, is also known as the $10 a day childcare program that the federal government announced in 2021. It is an agreement, a bilateral agreement, although we like to call it a trilateral agreement because we're the ones running it out. But it is a bilateral agreement between the province of Ontario and the federal government that has a variety of obligations to be met in the first 5 years. The first 5 years is 2022 to 2026, where the intention is for childcare fees at enrolled programs to be lowered to $10 per day for children who are 0 to 5, to increase the number of childcare spaces across the province by 86,000 net new high-quality licensed childcare spaces over what they had in 2019. To support inclusion and meeting the needs of the vulnerable and diverse communities, and building the early learning and childcare workforce. So as part of the work that we did, we paid a lot of attention to how are we going to approve new childcare spaces, recognizing that from the date that this program was announced, we were inundated truly with calls from people who were interested in opening childcare centers, many of which were already in the process of doing that. But we only had a certain number of spaces that we could approve. Next slide, please. So in the original allocation, which is listed along the left-hand side of this chart, we had a total of 3,081 spaces that we could create across the county. We were required to use a variety of demographics to determine what areas would be considered high priority to create those spaces. Collingwood was one of the high priority areas identified. And there was a recalibration of sorts that occurred earlier this year. So that initial allocation we received in 2023, that's when the directed growth process was rolled out. And we had to come up with a way that was transparent and equitable in order to issue out those 3,081 spaces, because those are what are tied to the funding we received to actually fund those spaces ongoing. When the initial rollout happened, there were different municipalities that indicated they had too many spaces allocated to them. Others, like the County of Simcoe, where we said we didn't have enough, we needed more. And so a recalibration did occur earlier this year, where we were advised that our number was increased to 4,995 spaces. So between the time we found out on March 31st of this year and the end of 2026, we have to have those additional spaces all open and operating. So we knew that the province was in the process of this and had been preparing so that, similar to what Mina shared earlier, we could sort of get moving and be on the ground running as soon as that announcement came out. Next slide, please. So this shows what we had in approvals for spaces prior to that recalibration being announced. You can see that in Collingwood, we had a really significant challenge in engaging folks to open childcare programs in this area. So the county doesn't operate childcare directly. And so we were a little bit at the mercy of who was coming to us and where they were willing to open childcare centers. That said, we did target our approach to increase the number of spaces that we would be able to create in Collingwood. Next slide, please. And so this year, we've actually approved 222 spaces for operation to come online before the end of this year. So that included a combination of net new spaces, but also I believe we had 1 or 2 centers that had opted not to enroll in the CWELC in the beginning and had reconsidered because of the impact it was having to their business. And we wanted to make sure we stabilized that. So we were able to approve them for spaces as well. Next slide, please. We also have, as Mina mentioned, on our open.simcoe.ca dashboard, we also have a children's services dashboard that is accessible. It was launched in December of 2024 and shows the different information that you might be interested in around childcare centers, where they're located, what their vacancy rates are. It can be narrowed down so that you're focusing just on Collingwood. And then it also has our directed growth, our early on attendance numbers, and our early development instrument results. Next slide, please. So this is what the directed growth slide would look like. There is a link there that should be workable for you in the version that you have in the bottom right-hand corner, so that you can go in and take a look at the dashboard directly, and you can take a look at the various different levels of information that is available, so that you can see what's going on with respect to the work we're doing in this area. This is our first phase of the dashboard, and it will continuously be updated with more information as we build it out. Are there any questions?
That's great news for us. Questions? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure that this is a question that you can answer immediately. Maybe it's just a question to ponder. But there's a great push to train not social workers.
Early childhood educators?
No, not seniors care workers. But there doesn't seem to be at this time a push or like an identification of the real need for early childhood education workers. So what is the possibility that working with either secondary, like the school board, or even with Georgian College, that more training for early childhood education workers could be achieved?
Go ahead. Mayor Hamlin. Actually, we are working with Georgian College right now. So what we've found is that provincially, when we receive funding with respect to workforce development, the focus has been on the childcare spaces, and we've been advocating that we need to focus simultaneously on workforce development. We have just received information that we have the potential to receive innovation funding, which is the intent of which is to be focused on recruitment, retention, and succession planning for the childcare and earlier sector. So we do have various engagement strategies underway with respect to working with the college. We've also developed a program that is being rolled out in high schools that discusses the idea of early childhood education and at the various career paths that you can take from there, so that high school students have that knowledge and awareness to be able to choose that sector if they would like. And then there's one other thing, it's just slipped my mind, but we are in the process of building those things out so that we do have the workforce alongside the growth that we're seeing in the centers.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a couple. Would you have the breakdown of how many of Collingwood's 222 spots are new?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I believe it's 78 that we approved that were existing, and all of the rest are net new.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you. Also, is it I know operators need space. And when Georgian College was mentioned, I started thinking there's an empty building. And I probably could think of some others, but do you have operators just looking for space, or how does that work?
We do on occasion. And so what we do when those kinds of things come up is we typically reach out to the economic development departments of each of the member municipalities, depending on where the operator is looking to grow, to find out if there is space availability or buildings available that might fit what they're looking for, in order to be able to match them up to proceed in that way.
And would you know off the top, and I know you wouldn't be prepared for this, but are there any that you know of in Collingwood that are looking for space?
Not that I'm aware of. We did have one in Wasaga Beach that was looking for space, but I think the ones in Collingwood already had locations available.
Okay, that's great. And again, this is sort of, just in my head right now, but there's designs that are being done for what will be hopefully a new high school. And it won't be built for a few years, of course, but I'm just wondering, is this something that we try and get space for a daycare in? And is this the town's job, or is this something you get involved in?
Great question. That falls to us as well. So we have meetings collaboratively with all of the school boards in Simcoe County. Each year they get a package essentially from the Ministry of Education to indicate where they're looking to either expand schools or create new schools. And so as part of that, we have discussions with them about whether or not there's a childcare need in that area, that should be built into the request or the proposal going forward.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that's great. Well, thank you for coming here.
Thank you.
So thank you all, and we really appreciate your taking the time to come to our council chambers this afternoon. We have 3 motions before sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As I had committed to council last meeting, I am reporting back on County Council's consideration of the creation of a new subclass for affordable housing. Unfortunately, the staff report came out just shortly after we had Chair Van der Koy's delegation outlining the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendation at that point. Although I did read through it during break before Committee of the Whole that day and found solid reasoning for the recommendation not to implement on the very short timeline the province was providing. I didn't bring it back up because it still would require County Council's discussion and decision to finalize. After a thorough review about it all by Simcoe County's tax consultant and Simcoe County staff, the unanimous decision was to consider a 2027 implementation during the regular March 2026 tax ratios update. I kept in communication with Chair Van der Koy leading up to and after to ensure there was an understanding of why this was the right decision to make at this time. Items like I had met with the Simcoe County Treasurer Wilcox and discussed with Chair Bell and some other members of the Simcoe County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee in advance, and found their position was going to be of a similar view. Also that I had met and followed with Director Graham, or followed up with Director Graham, which through Mayor, I was going to ask, actually had planned to ask Director Graham to comment, but I don't think it's necessary. She was in support of the position, and if you get an opportunity, you can always just ask her for her comments about it. But I'll just convey that. I wasn't going to go into any specific details, but the one touch point I will make to is that Simcoe County's multi-residential, Simcoe County municipalities, multi-residential and residential are already on a 1-to-1 even ratio basis. While on average, it is much higher for multi-res in the vast majority of Ontario municipalities, as much as 70%, in fact. I had supported back in 2014 to 18's term, Simcoe County's decision to phase out an almost a little greater than 50% higher factor for multi-res and establish the equalize by 2020. So in my opinion, what the province is attempting to achieve with getting reduction from the multi-res higher ratios has already been even more fully implemented by Simcoe County for the past 5 years. So I wasn't going to elaborate any further than that, but I will be talking to our Affordable Housing Task Force members in conjunction with the chair for when we next meet. The team will also continue to review other possible approaches to assist with affordable housing that can be more certainty than a new subclass to ensure that the recipient of the initiatives reaches our target area, which is, of course, the working middle. I did also want to just comment, I just saw just before our meeting that there has been concern raised by some Simcoe County municipalities that aren't supportive of the county's council's decision to ask for ministry consideration of the matter reducing council to 17. I wanted to briefly revisit with you that procedurally the county decision was made in a proper process. From my point of view, generally it makes complete sense for ministry input because of the pending report from the Heritage Committee review of Simcoe County composition and governance. So again, I'm not going to go into anything further than that for both those items, but certainly if anybody has any questions, I can speak to it.
Thank you. Would anyone like questions at this time? Okay, seeing none. We've been here for just over 2 hours, and I think it's time for a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and deal with the motions. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene council. The first motion that we have is from Councillor Jeffrey, so I'll turn the microphone over to her.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So just before I start, in preamble number 4, the fourth word supports is going to be eliminated when I read, and you'll see that it makes more sense. All right. Whereas the Greenbelt Plan provides permanent protection for ecologically and hydrologically significant landscapes, working in tandem with source water protection plans and the provincial policy planning statement to guide sustainable land use. Whereas the Greenbelt Plan is designed as an agriculture-forward land use framework intended to permanently protect prime farmland, reduce speculative pressure, and support Ontario's food security and rural economies. And whereas municipalities face increasing pressure from growth, aggregate extraction, and climate-related risks, and require strong, enforceable tools to protect water, farmland, and natural heritage for future generations. Whereas this council will monitor the initiation of dialogue with the province, Indigenous nations, and community stakeholders to explore opportunities for expanding Greenbelt boundaries and strengthening its policies in alignment with local planning tools and environmental needs. Whereas the 2015 Coordinated Land Use Planning Review recommended expansion of the Greenbelt into key hydrological areas such as moraines and headwater systems to further safeguard water and ecological health. And whereas the Greenbelt Act 2005 requires a review of the Greenbelt Plan at least every 10 years, and the next mandatory review must begin in 2025, presenting a timely opportunity for municipalities to shape the future of protected lands and policies in Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that 1, council will participate in the exploration of opportunities to expand and strengthen Greenbelt protections within and beyond this municipality as resources allow. 2, council calls on the province of Ontario to collaborate with municipalities, Indigenous nations, and stakeholders in identifying and protecting additional lands of ecological, agriculture, and hydrological significance. And 3, a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, local MPP, the County of Simcoe, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and other relevant stakeholders.
And would someone second this? That's Councillor Potts. Okay, it's on the floor. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor
Thank you,
Doherty.
Mayor. I, for one, will speak very strongly in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Baines. I have a few questions because, and I think, I don't know who can answer these, but it might be Director Valentine. Sorry, no prior warning. But I thought the Greenbelt was quite a distance from Collingwood. Am I correct, or do you know the answer to this?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, the Greenbelt does not come into the municipal boundaries of Collingwood, but it is quite close. It does run through town of Blue Mountains and through Grey County.
Okay, thank you. And I know the whereas clause here, the second last one, was saying that Greenbelt perhaps should expand into key hydrological areas such as moraines and headwaters. Do we have either of those in Collingwood? Do you know? Yeah.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, part of the motion that indicates that we would participate and monitor this process would be to get a clearer understanding if expansion were to be proposed, especially within the town of Collingwood, what areas those would be and what impacts we could see from that expansion. So although we don't have that information at this point in time, we would be certainly monitoring as staff and participating as we are able in this process and bring back any information to council if an expansion into Collingwood was proposed.
Okay, because I really didn't think we had either moraines or headwater systems, so that would be good to know. Also, I'm just wondering, and I'm just looking to staff generally on this, or not generally, but I'm wondering who can answer this. What kind of staff time would be taken to participate in this? Director Valentine, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It's hard to know at this point of time. I take this as an initial resolution looking for municipal support to a process that hasn't yet been established specifically. So again, that's something we can report back on if this does proceed. If staff are contacted for input and participation, we can get a better idea at that time in terms of how much staff time would be available. But to my knowledge, I don't have a number that I could provide to council at this time.
Okay, thank you. So my concern, I mean, who would be against the green belt? It's like apple pie, motherhood, all those good things. But I'm just, because it's nowhere, it's not in our community. I totally heard our planning director saying it was in Grey County and town of Blue Mountain. I just want to make sure that we wouldn't be spending scarce resources for staff to be examining this beyond where we need without having had some budget approval. What's your thought on that, Councillor Jeffrey?
My thought is that I sent the wording through to staff, and they changed the wording so that it suited a monitoring role and something that would have to come back to council should it be required. So this wording was magically presented, adjusted as required from the original that was presented to.
Yeah, I'm now seeing that change to monitoring. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'll support this. Okay, all those in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was just going to make the comment that while we do not have moorings specifically within our geographic boundaries, we do have a provincially significant wetland, which would be covered under the hydrological monitoring. And that wetland is fed directly by the headwaters of the Silver Creek, which are within the Greenbelt.
Right. Okay, thank you. We'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Potts, you're up next.
All right. This is in regards to the charity hockey tournament rinks and room fees. So whereas the Collingwood Hockey Face-Offs Against Hunger event is organized to raise money for local community groups that are supporting individuals facing food insecurity. And whereas the community-based strategic plan identifies Collingwood as a connected community that is safe and well and supports collaborative efforts with community partners to support homelessness prevention initiatives. Now therefore be resolved that Council herein waive all rental fees, ice, and access to the Scotty Carmichael Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame room and offer free parking for participants and spectators for the Collingwood Hockey Face-Offs Against Hunger charity event, and fees waived be allocated from the in-kind support budget.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, any comments? Nope. I thought that Doug did a great job presenting, and I was so impressed that he's gone to all this work to organize this for this wonderful charity and great charity event. So I will definitely be supporting this, and I know council is very in support of this as well. So all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And thirdly, Councillor Potts.
And this is the request for a staff report. So whereas the community-based strategic plan identifies Collingwood as a responsible community with a goal to continuously drive operational and organizational excellence. Now, therefore, it be resolved that council requests a staff report be prepared regarding the recent provincial mandate requiring provincial staff working remotely to return to the workplace, including an inventory of departments that have remote or hybrid work arrangements. If any municipalities are recommending a similar mandate or are already primarily back to work at the office, and report back before the end of October.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Jeffrey, second that. Any questions or comments? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just have a question as to why you're bringing this motion to the table right now. We have a policy in place whereby it's I think, fairly generous hybrid model, but mostly, as I understand it, mostly within office as opposed to out of office. So I'm just wondering, what is your intent with this motion? Go ahead.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Councillor Doherty. Well, there's a number of reasons why I would bring this forward. I think at this point, I brought this forward about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago now, understanding we had just come out of COVID. I think one of the big things for myself, with all due respect, is as members of council that we're accountable to the taxpayer and to the public, and we are in the people business. So I think in a lot of cases now that we're well beyond the days of COVID, I think to be accountable again to our taxpayers in the public realm, I think it's time to to revisit the return to work. So that's exactly why I'm bringing it forward. I'm not saying that the work isn't being completed or being done. I just think it's in our area of services and delivery. I think it's important that our members of the public see that our public staff and whatnot are back in the office to accommodate their needs.
Go ahead. Do you have a follow-up, or is that it? Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I think I would use Councillor Potts' comment again. We are in the people business, and this has come up at FCM quite a bit in terms of serving the public. And so I don't think as member of council, I have a good understanding of the impact or the content of our staff in terms of the hybrid or remote. And I don't think it would be a horrible thing for us to have a better understanding of that. And I can see where in some situations where it might not be ideal to be continuing with a remote or hybrid situation. And I would surely appreciate the benefit of that information and being able to consider it, and just it's just necessary for us to have the information to be able to make our best decisions, especially coming into budget and things like that.
Thank you. Yeah, we might need more space. It'd be a big issue. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm not inclined to support this, but I probably will for what you just indicated. And it's unfortunate the CAO isn't here. I support the flexibility of our current model, and particularly for this town with the lack of appropriate and needed physical space. It comes at a challenging time for us if this becomes another budgetary item to plan for. And I think the way we've structured it to date allows more flexibility for Collingwood at this point. And in that regard, I would support the model, if for no other reason than purely budgeting, if you will. But I appreciate my colleague's motion in this regard, and I think by getting the facts, we can have a more fulsome debate at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting CAO, did you want to weigh in on this?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I don't have any issue bringing forward a staff report to council regarding our hybrid work model. There's been a lot of positives through the implementation of our policy that I'd be happy to share with council, and there's also been a lot of lessons learned that we have been monitoring through our agreements and making adjustments as needed to ensure the ongoing success of the model. To Councillor Baines had made a comment about space, and of course our report would go into detail, but I can say we're about 22% short on office space. So that's just one consideration of a few, and certainly not the only reason that council may choose to continue with hybrid or choose not to continue with hybrid. But I don't see an issue highlighting the positive success we've had with the program, the lessons learned so far, and potential opportunities going forward for council to consider.
Okay, well, thank you for that comment. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm supportive as well. Thinking of the recent comments by the Premier at the AMO, making specific reference to the initiative and most recently in the Toronto area. I appreciate an up-to-date report that can give us information that we can consider and make decisions about. I think the public probably have it on their radar a little bit too. So this additional report would be helpful. So I'm supportive of it.
Yeah, I think I will vote for having a better understanding. We all follow what the premier's saying and what's happening in Ottawa, but I really feel that Toronto and Ottawa back to work is quite directed at saving their downtowns because there's so many thousands of people working in those cities who, if they're not going to work, there's a lot of small businesses and retail that are empty, and it's really impacting on the downtowns, as we know. Well, I guess that's one advantage of us never having invested in a new city hall. No impacts. But anyway, I would definitely vote in favor of this. Okay, and Councillor Ring.
Just basically supporting what everybody else has mentioned here. I don't see a problem with getting a staff report and finding out where we're at, what we need, and what we can do and what we shouldn't be doing. I think there's a lot of jobs we have in town that probably shouldn't be done remotely, and that's just my own opinion. And I'm hoping that this staff report can prove me wrong, because I think there's some jobs that just got to be on site, and I don't think we have a way of determining who can work remotely and who can't. So I think in some cases, I'm hearing from the public that in some cases there's some concerns that we're not being totally served by staff, although we do have a great staff, and I know working with them through council, but I would still like to see a staff report to verify what we need and what we don't need, and how the direction we should be going.
Yeah, I think, it's not surprising council doesn't have information on how the plan has been organized, but I was interested to hear our acting CEO explain there is a plan and they've been monitoring it and changing it. So it'll be helpful, I guess, for council to have that as well. All right, Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. And just an observation and perhaps a request. One of the things to consider going through this exercise, if policy was to be substantially changed, is the cost of turnover versus retention, which is a real cost. And the impact of that should be considered in the process.
Thank you.
A good metric to have in terms of retention.
Okay, we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And any opposed? One opposed. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll take a 5-minute break after we deal with the next motion. The recommendation is the council move into committee of the whole session. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor Perry. All those in favor? Thank you. And we'll just take a few minutes for Councillor Perry and I to change seats. Thank you. Okay. Do we want our dinner break now? All right, a slight change. We're going to take 20 minutes and then we'll be able to go straight through, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Collingwood Committee, the whole meeting for Monday, September 15th. Before we begin, I'm going to read a couple of rules of engagement we have. Seeing we have a gallery today. As chair of the Committee of the Whole, I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone how the Committee of the Whole process works. Members of the public are welcome to speak for up to 5 minutes during 2 specific times. 1, after staff have presented their reports, and 2, during the unregistered deputation section of the meeting. This is your opportunity to share comments, perspectives before the committee discusses and makes its recommendation. Please note that this is not a question and answer session with council or staff. That should do it for now. Try and keep it brief. So I'm going to move on to staff reports, item 15.2, and it's the PRC 2025-05 multi-use recreation feasibility assessment next step. And I'd like to welcome Director Cubitt and Library CEO Kulchicki.
I'm going to have yours here too. I know. We're prepared for everything. There we go. Okay, thank you. Good evening. So staff would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the members of the Collingwood MRF Steering Committee, a couple of whom are in our audience this evening, for their continued dedication and thoughtful contributions during this phase of the MRF project. As you will remember, in mid-July, Collier's project leaders presented their feasibility report, recommending that the 4 parties currently engaged in the study continue to collaborate toward a development of a new joint multi-use facility. This recommendation reflects a regional approach to services in an effort to reduce costs while offering desired amenities for our residents. Throughout steering committee discussions, the question of location remained a central theme. Recognizing its importance, staff agree and recommend that initiating a location assessment and site evaluation as a logical next step to better understand potential land options. The desire to focus this exploration within or along the borders of our municipality was of pivotal importance to the steering committee. Undertaking this work at this stage will provide critical insights for future planning, allowing us to more accurately define the scope of amenities and services the facility should offer. In tandem, staff recommend continued exploration of partnership opportunities through invitations and expressions of interest as outlined in the report. These efforts will help ensure that the facility reflects the needs of our community and is delivered in a way that maximizes collaboration and shared benefit.
Thanks, Ashley. Proceeding with a location-first approach as recommended will allow appropriate parcels of land to be identified and measured objectively. Then, through this process, potential collaborators may be identified or eliminated as the available land locations could dictate the interest of partners to move forward with the project. At this stage, it is recommended that staff engage potential government partners in conversation about collaborative exploration and land holdings, including the Town of the Blue Mountains, Clearview Township, Town of Wasaga Beach, County of Simcoe, and the Simcoe County District School Board and Simcoe-Muskoka Catholic District School Board. Additionally, staff propose to issue a public call for expressions of interest from private partners to gauge private land opportunities in an open and transparent manner. Staff will return to council and the MRF Steering Committee with the results of the site assessment in November of 2025, and will then work with the Steering Committee to develop a subsequent staff report for council's consideration. We trust you had the opportunity to read the full details in the staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Cubitt and CEO Kulchicki. I'd like to open, there are people in the gallery. Would anyone like to speak? If you do, just state your name and address, please. No? Okay. Clerk, nobody online? Okay. All right. So, bear with me. I'm got a lot of reading here to do. So the recommendation is that staff report PRC 2025-05 multi-use recreation feasibility assessment next steps be received, and that council directs staff to continue exploring the possibility of establishing a shared multi-use recreational facility with municipal and/or private partners by conducting a location assessment and site evaluation, and that the locations considered be within or on the boundaries of the town of Collingwood, and that council authorize staff to pursue these private public expressions of interest through a public call to potential private landowners and via letters on behalf of council to Collingwood's neighboring municipalities and county and school board representatives, and that council authorize the spending of up to $10,000 from the MRF Reserve to access realtor and other professional services as deemed necessary, and that the site evaluations be based on a matrix that includes the following criteria: size, location, land use, designation, zoning, environmental considerations, development and acquisition considerations, servicing, accessibility, visibility, compatibility with neighboring properties, impact on existing facilities, and other criteria as appropriate, and that the results of the evaluation be returned to council and the MRF Steering Committee for information by the end of November 2025, and that the Collingwood MRF Steering Committee reconvene when the results of this work are finalized to review and provide their feedback to council on further steps. Can I have a mover? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. So I'd like to open it up to committee. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that our public confidence is very much dictated by the fact that we have identified a MRF steering committee. And I think the signs of their good work are showing already. Something that's kind of bugging me, that we haven't decided to move the library yet. So I'm a little concerned about the assumption that would be going on with this because as you can tell, I'm opposed, first of all. I think it's the heart of where it is. And so I guess that would lead me to the question that the chicken and the egg, I know we're going to go out for locations, which I think is great. But how do you decide on a location if you don't know what's all going on it or in it as to the size and the criteria? So that's number one. Number two, the assumption here is that the steering committee is going to vet all of the submissions that come in terms of what they're making decisions on or have made decisions on so far. Because I think their input would be critical to come to council. I don't think that should be a staff perspective. I think we need the steering committee lens on that. So if I need to fix the wording in here to facilitate that, I would ask the committee to do that. And then I also think in terms of evaluations and the matrix that we need to add some points, if you will, or attraction to private landowners or others who would engage in a partnership role, be it a P2 or a P3. And I think that needs to be a very definite criteria here. So maybe you can answer some of those questions because I really like the process that we've come up with the assumptions that I really hope are right. And through you, Mr. Chair, to our presenters.
Thank you.
Well, I can definitely answer the library question. So I agree that our library is one of the hearts, many beating hearts of our downtown. And the intention is certainly not to move the location of the library, but actually to expand services and have a satellite location or a branch location. So there is no intention to change the existing facility right now or move from that facility.
I appreciate that clarification for sure. Thank you.
I'm happy to give that. Yes. Karen, I don't know if you wanted to speak.
Sure. Okay. Through you, Chair Perry, I would also then touch on another comment that was in that same question just about chicken and egg. And we've had multiple chicken and egg conversations and feel that we do need to make location the primary component that we focus on now. And if we've learned something from our arts center process, where we focused more so on what amenities do we need, and put our ideal wish list together. We then established that, we maybe don't have a lot of property opportunities to accommodate that. So that's why we're taking a reverse approach for this one. Let's start with what the possibilities are for location. And if we can establish that and then determine if there are partners that want to be involved based on the location, then we can look at budget and scaling the amenities according to what we have in terms of resources in front of us. Sorry, your second question was, the steering committee. I would say, yes, we value the steering committee for sure and their inputs. And that's, I think, is evident as we've reflected their recommendation. The steering committee did not recommend that they were also participating in the evaluation. They wanted to certainly see that and then help make some further decisions. But I don't think we as staff have any problem including them earlier in the process, or at least making sure that they've got an opportunity to review what we've done before making it final, if that is the will of council.
And I would make the amendment to the wording here somewhere to achieve that, because I think it's critical. And I'm less fussed about the chicken and the egg with the clarification on the library. And also, if I could follow up, Mr. Chair, also, I think with the realization that there may be other partnerships where all of this isn't happening on one location, it may be one or more locations given. So for me then, I need the two amendments, Mr. Chair. I need to amend the wording that that the results of the evaluation be vetted by staff with the MRF steering committee prior to being returned to council by the end of November 2025. I'm sorry I did that on the fly and I don't have it in writing.
That's okay. Clerk's working.
Our superstars writing it out there, I see. So that's to the second last and that. So we can only vote on one at a time, so.
Thank you. Through Chair Perry to Councillor Jeffrey. I just want to make sure, because it's going through the evaluation matrix. So the results of that matrix will put it at a certain position for consideration. So it's saying the results of that evaluation would be returned to council and the steering committee for information by the end of November. So
no, so my wording is that the results of the evaluation and the matrix, if you will go to the MRF steering committee for review with staff and to come up with their recommendations and returned to council for information by the end of November. So I'm interjecting the MRF steering committee with staff before it comes to council.
Let's go and put it on.
Yeah, just wait till we can have a look at it.
Staff have any thoughts on
staff? Any comments, thoughts and comments?
Okay. Through you. Yeah, we're okay with that.
Okay. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So Councillor Jeffrey covered my comment with regard to the involvement of the steering committee. So thank you. But there's reference here to where is it? Establishing a shared multi-use recreational facility with municipal and or private partners. What if we get none of the above? Do we go on our own? Have we anticipated that?
I think at this point, all options are still on the table. So right now, something's happening.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we need to stay within the amendment right now. We'll
Sure, okay.
wait till later. I believe Councillor Ring had his card up first.
Thank you very much, Chair Perry. Just a question of clarification here to the amendment. And I know it's I think just with a little bit of wordsmithing or maybe rearranging the order, is the last and that not basically what Councillor Jeffrey is asking?
Councillor Jeffrey?
Like, I mean, we're asking them to reconvene, and if they're going to reconvene prior to that, then do we need that last and that? I'm just, I think could we just combine the two last and that's?
If I could, I'm concerned that it would be a staff-only process before it got to the MRF, and I want the MRF steering committee to be part of the evaluation of the matrix process. That's the only difference for me.
And I do too, but I just wondered if there was a way of just combining the two and somehow saying that.
Yeah, I don't want through the chair, I don't want the MRF steering committee to be getting a shortened list. I want them to be seeing the full list, work through the matrix and their recommendations to council.
Oh, good. Okay. Mayor sorry, Councillor Potts. Okay. Okay. For the amendment? Okay. Go ahead, Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, thank you. Always happy to have the steering committee look at anything, including this before it comes to council. But I really just want to say to the steering committee, okay, here's my experience working on the arts committee the arts center steering committee is a lot of volunteers put in a lot of meetings and hours to look at sites and make recommendations to council. And I would say they were all disappointed and a bit frustrated with the process when at the end of the day, the site is coming into the hands of the 9 community members sitting here. So I just really, I put this out to say, just don't get your hopes up, steering committee, because at the end of the day, council's going to decide. And it's nice to have your input, but I've just seen this story. Thank you.
Councillor Potts.
Yeah, through you, Chair Perry, just to that comment to Mayor Hamlin, I think one of the challenges that I personally faced in that is this council came in kind of midway or through the beginning stages when there was already discussions last council on location. So I think if we're starting off now and we have the potential of these things being presented to us now, we've kind of been through this process since day one versus a previous council to this council. So I appreciate the time, but I mean, to make a decision in regards to the Arts Center stuff, I mean, when a lot of stuff was discussed last term and you've got new members of council sitting around the table, I think it's a little bit of a different entity.
Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'll just say with respect, the issues I heard against the locations put forward by the Arts Steering Committee had nothing to do with what was discussed last term. It was things like the current position of the BIA. It had to do with current parking issues. And all to say, I'm happy for the steering committee to look at this, but I just know at the end of the day, it's going to come to who's pressuring who on council when we come to vote. So I'm just being realistic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We really need to stay on topic here. Vice Chair Baines.
Thank you, Chair Perry. Just to this point, I would, to this point of this amendment, that nothing here would preclude, should there not be consensus between staff's report and the committee's report, that both would feel free to make recommendations directly to council, and so that council, if you will, decides in the end. I mean, I think it's a great process that you would have staff's report feeding into the committee's report. But at the end of the day, if for whatever reason there wasn't unanimity, or if you will, between or consensus between the two positions, that neither should feel required to proceed, but that they could present their own recommendations directly to council. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey. So are you happy with?
Yes, I wouldn't argue with any of those points by Councillor Baines.
Okay, it was seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Everyone good? Any comments? Councillor Ring. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just talking on the amendment. Okay. No? Okay. Call the vote on the amendment. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the second amendment would be to specifically include in the matrix an evaluation for submissions that include potential partnership participation, be it a P2 or a P3.
We'll get the wording on that and we'll have it.
Just a clarification, if I may.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I thought that was covered because I was thinking of that myself, but the 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down here, authorize staff to pursue these private and public expressions of interest. And the second one, exploring the possibility of establishing a shared multi-use rec facility with municipal and or private partners. So I just wanted to raise that early on. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. I looked at that, and for me, it suggested privately held property, not necessarily a private property owner who wanted to participate as a P2 or a P3. So if we can separate those and make it really clear, as I've learned from your motion at the last meeting, Mayor Hamlin, I've got to start being very clear about what I'm voting on and what I'm getting here. So for me, I just want to be sure that within the matrix, we will include a very specific category for opportunity for those willing to propose a P2 or P3 opportunity.
Councillor Ring. Yeah, okay. Deputy Mayor Fryer. Second it. Oh, you had your green card up. Second it. Okay. Deputy Mayor Fryer. Councillor Ring.
Thank you. And I don't see anything wrong with that amendment other than is it, and I know what you're trying to do is be a little more specific so that there's no black and white, no gray areas, or no black and white, there's no gray areas. But is that not basically potential private land owners covered that, or are you looking for something a little more than that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, could a private owner maybe just want to sell us the property or lease us the property? They might not necessarily want to participate. So I wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Okay, are we good? Any other comments on the amendment? Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, I just had a question. I don't know what P2 means. I see several definitions in Google, and I'm sure they're not all what Councillor Jeff was thinking of. So if she could just clarify.
To me, it would just be the owner and the town, or the owner and the town and someone else, public, private, whatever.
Yeah, oh, that's great. Thanks.
Okay. So we're all good with that? Councillor Ring? This is the last one.
I didn't want to ask the same question, but now that you explained it, could we just spell it out like that instead of P2 and P3? Because a week from now, I'll forget what you just said.
Clerk?
We can lump them all into public-private partnerships. That's a P3, but.
Right. Councillor Ring, are you okay with that? Yeah. No, are you okay with the wording now? I don't mean if you're okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're all good with the discussion on that. So we'll vote on the amendment. All in favor? Good. That carries unanimous. Councillor Potts, this is to the original.
Yeah, this is on the
recommendation.
And I'm just, thanks, Chair Perry. I'm just looking for clarification just on the portion, the authorized and spending up to 10,000. And I'm just asking, I guess, so totally understand the realtor portion of it and the other professional services, I'm assuming would be consultants. And I look at the initial report brought back was the joint venture with the Town of Mountains. And if it doesn't pan out to be that it's a joint venture and it's something we do within the municipality here, what are we looking at? Like, is this, do we go back to the same consultants, or is it a new process? How does that look when it comes to next steps with and professional services? Thanks.
Director Cubitt.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Perry. I think the assumption is it's a bit unknown at this point what our needs may or may not be. We're going to try to accomplish as much of this in-house as we can. Within that sort of spending threshold, we can probably directly reach out to existing consultants, but we will work with procurement to make sure that we identify the services we think we need and the appropriate way of securing those.
And just to follow up, if I may, so I can appreciate that. I just think that I would be of interest to have, if there was the opportunity to go back out to a consultant services, that it come back to council for maybe further direction, given that it would be a different, it would be kind of a new entity of which way we're going. So I just wanted to see that. So none of this money would go back to the current consultants that brought the report the way it would be right now.
Chair Perry, I don't know that for sure. We need to get our direction and dig in a little bit more as to what it is that we need to accomplish and what we can and can't do in-house. I wouldn't want to say that we're absolutely not going to buy a few more hours from Colliers if we think that it can help us get the work done, but I honestly, I don't have that answer right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So if we're resolved on those amendments, I wanted just to address the second paragraph again, and that council directs staff to continue exploring the possibility of establishing a shared multi-use recreation facility with municipal and or private partners. And so my question is, where does that put us if we don't find other municipal or private partners? Can we still run it through the matrix, or is it a whole new project?
I would say that everything through you, I know we don't do that very much as a board, so I would say that absolutely everything will be run through the location matrix. I think at this stage, all options are on the table. This is being approached with a very exploratory lens, and the steering committee is still very interested in knowing what partners are out there, and we don't have that information unless we ask. So that's sort of the approach we're taking right now, but depending on what the results are that come back, it could change the scope and the approach.
Follow up.
Thank you. So that being the case, I think that paragraph should be amended. Something along the lines of a multi-use recreational facility with or without municipal and or private partners.
So just a couple words added, basically. After actually,
you would have to take the word out of shared as well. So that council directs staff to continue exploring the possibility of establishing a multi-use recreational facility with or without municipal and or private partners. Or you could say it another way, or, with possibility of including municipal or private partners.
Can I get a seconder for that so we can discuss that? Councillor Jeffrey? Any comments on that amendment? Councillor Ring, you did have your card up, but it was regarding this. I apologize.
It's a question, and it was exactly on that same paragraph. And I don't have an issue with the proposed amendment, but I guess the question I'm going to have is it will become at the end, I guess, now that the wording's been changed. So I'll wait until we get to the final motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCulloch, that's to do with this amendment?
It is.
Okay.
I'm not sure who would best answer this, but for clarification purposes, it seems to me if we mention the possibility of private partnership, is that only in the context of someone participating with land, or could a private partner approach and say, I want to build a building? You're kind of opening up a whole new area. So which way are we taking that? Which context is that?
Okay. Who would take this question? Great question.
There you, Chair Perry. This is a great question. We had not fully considered that, and I'm not sure if the steering committee had strong opinions one way or the other, but I would probably be inclined to say this is a time where we're doing the most exploration on potential. So I'm not sure limiting it to something that's specific would serve our interests. So we maybe need to think about how we phrase this call for expressions of interest to allow it to be as broad as it could be.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? No? So we'll call for are you happy with the wording on this, Councillor Doherty? Okay, call for the vote on the amendment. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ring, did you have something else you wanted to add?
If we're on the final motion.
I believe we are, unless anyone else has an amendment they want to make. Okay.
Okay. A comment first, Chair Perry. I'm going to support the motion, the entire motion, but I still have a couple of questions that I'm sure you're probably going to know where I'm going. How long before we determine we're going to do this on our own, or we're going to keep spending time on this shared facility? Like, I just wonder how much longer we're going to do this. I mean,
I believe I heard November.
No.
Is that,
no. That's for the assessment. I'm talking about we're establishing the shared, the multi-use. The question paragraph we just still says we're exploring the shared multi-use recreation facility. How long are we going to be exploring it before we decide, you know what, this is just taking up a lot of time. We're not any further ahead than when we started, and let's go on our own.
So you'd like a drop dead date, I guess.
Well, not a drop dead date, but I mean somewhere in
something firmer than, yeah. Okay. Mayor, does anyone want to answer that question or comment first, or Mayor Hamlin?
Well, in my, how I thought it might unfold is when we have it back in our hands with the evaluation of sites. One option will be there won't be any other than in Collingwood, so that'll make it easy. And also if there is one that's not in Collingwood, and I think the staff report's talking about it being on the border. So I think if we decide looking at that evaluation, we can decide at that time to give instructions to staff to, not bring any more back if we don't like what we're seeing, and just say, let's just focus. I think this was to give an opportunity to see if there was something out there that we're missing on our borders, but I don't think it's worth pursuing too much further than the end of November unless we really see something that's worthwhile. Thanks.
Councillor Ring, follow up?
No, that's fine if that's what it's been. It's just that we're a year and a half in, and I'm not sure how much farther we are than when we first decided we were going to do a joint venture with the town of the Blue Mountains.
Right. I thought I saw Councillor Doherty's card up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, you did. And if we're finished with Councillor Ring's comments, I had one that was related, and really it was a question as to what is happening with the municipality that we shared the initial feasibility study with. Like, do they have a steering committee? Are they going through the same exercise, or are they part of this, or?
Through you, Chair
Director
Perry.
Cubitt?
Our understanding through conversations with our counterparts at Town Blue Mountains is that they do not have a steering committee. They were not instructed to put a steering committee together, at least at this time. They are working towards their own staff report that will put recommendations in front of their council, but at this point, they've not shared with us a date that they expect their report to land. Kind of pending at this point, but we're committed to moving forward regardless.
Good. You okay? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And then just one other.
The answer, I should say.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the answer. And then the final comment was just with regard to the necessity to potentially involve realtors to do a scope of land available. And I was wondering to what degree we could rely on our own economic development department. Like, I know that they are keeping a list of available lands, properly zoned, not necessarily properly zoned for this application, but just different zonings for inquiries regarding the availability of land. So are we working with ECDEV at all on this?
Director Cubitt?
Through you, Chair Perry. Yes, we have the commitment from all of our department heads to assist in this evaluation any way they can. That includes growth and development and economic development. So lots of support. We will get this done in-house. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey, you did have your card up.
Well, I did, and I don't know. It's just a clarification that we didn't vote to do a joint project with Town of Blue Mountains. We voted to do a joint feasibility study that would save us $100,000 because we were both going to be looking at our needs at the same time. How that translated through our consultants into an actual joint location in Craigleith is still a mystery to me, but I just wanted to clarify so no one in the public thinks that we ever voted to do a joint project with Town of Blue Mountains.
Councillor McCulloch, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Director Cubitt. It just strikes me that we may have scenarios for the MRF. It could consolidate many functions into one place. It could maintain some in their existing form or be added on to. So in order to kind of scope the requirement of land, do we have an upper and a lower limit that we would look at? Because I don't think we know exactly what's being built yet. So we kind of need a scenario approach. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Perry. Yes, we do have some ranges based on what the community engagement told us in terms of priority amenities. So we would obviously look at if we were to accommodate everything that was requested, how much land does that require, and then work our way down from there.
Councillor Doherty, one more comment, question?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, it is understood that it was, our first study was a joint feasibility study. But my question was, now that it has been accomplished, I just wanted to know what was happening with the municipality with which we participated in that study. That's all.
Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Perry. And any questions I had have been answered. But I did want to make my comment that I'm appreciative of the detailed report by staff and the very quick work by the steering committee. Had concerns with how long it took for the steering committee to begin their work. So very appreciative of the diligence. I fully support receiving the report, and while I also approve of the actions of the motion, it has to be taken into consideration that Council has just put a tight timeline matter involving significant staff analysis regarding the arts and culture and the 3 location recommendations. So I am concerned about the tight timelines for both those projects. I'm assured, I know that if Acting CAO Peg or CAO Skinner had major concerns with that, they'd bring them to our attention, and that may not come to light until into the process. But it is recognized this is a significant workload we're putting on, and in some cases the department covers both, right? So in my opinion, I think it should be considered, and the MRF have correctly put it in, about the recommended actions to do a public call for potential private landowners and operators. In my opinion, that's an excellent recommendation by the steering committee, and P3 should be considered in any community facility consideration. So on that matter, since it's not applicable to this discussion, I do intend on bringing that up further at the appropriate time in regards to the other facility. Thank you.
Councillor Ring.
Just one more comment on the shared venture. And I'm not going to disagree with what was said by Councillor Jeffrey. Yes, originally when we agreed, we were agreeing to do a joint feasibility study. But the feasibility study right from the start is, and if it was just to save some money with the consultant, somebody didn't tell them, because it looks like we got what we paid for, because they come back with the recommendations all in a shared facility. So I mean, so tell me what we spent the money on. That's what bothers me right from the start. And I brought this up more than once, and this is the first time that I've been corrected that we never said we were going to do a shared. And I said from the start I didn't agree with the shared, but apparently the consultants weren't told that. So,
right. Okay. Well, we've had a pretty good discussion. Oh, Mayor Hamlin, one more.
Yeah, I just want to explain what little I know on the topic that Councillor Rings just mentioned, because I do believe staff did convey to the consultant exactly Councillor Ring's point that we didn't ask them to come up with a facility, and particularly one in Craigleith. And I believe the answer back was that they felt this was an overriding input that they received from the public, and they felt compelled to provide it to us. So not that I agree with their answer on this, and not that I agree with their report in most respects, but that's what I understand. Thank you.
Okay. So I will call for the vote on the amended recommendation. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, Director Cubitt and CEO Kuchicki. Okay, moving on to item number 15.2.2. IN 2025-10 Oak Street Canal Stormwater Master Plan, additional work. And I'd like to welcome Manager Liel.
Good evening, members of council, staff, and I'm happy to introduce this report before you titled the Oak Street Canal Stormwater Master Plan Additional Work, which outlines a proposed update to the Stormwater Management Master Plan, which we call the SWIM MP, specifically focused on the reintegration of enhanced modeling work of the Oak Street Canal. While a separate study of the canal was completed in previous years, further review has shown that the hydraulic modeling used in that study no longer meets current NVCA standards and cannot be integrated with the town's broader stormwater system. To address this, staff are recommending a revised scope of work that includes updated hydrologic and hydraulic modeling, floodplain mapping, and full integration with the town's calibrated model. This work will not include a two-zone floodplain analysis, but it will lay the technical foundation needed to assess future planning and infrastructure options in the Oak Street corridor. The proposed budget for this work is $73,260, funded from the reserves, and would be completed within approximately 1 month upon approval, followed by a review period and further a council presentation later in the year. Hoping all of you have had the opportunity to review the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Manager Leal. Look to the gallery and there's nobody there online, nobody online. We got to change our ratings somehow. Okay. I will read in the recommendation that staff report IN 2025-10 Oak Street Canal Stormwater Master Plan additional work be received, and that council approves the transfer of $73,260 from general reserves to the Stormwater Management Master Plan budget to support the continued development and implementation of the plan within the 2025 fiscal year. Can I have a mover? Councillor Potts, seconded by Vice Chair Baines. And I'm sure Vice Chair Baines would like to speak on this first.
Yeah. Actually spoke to Manager Leal about this, but I'll see it again. Full disclosure, I'm back on the Oak Street Canal. However, I've had a number of questions from residents on both sides of the canal, up and down, as to, and by the way, I certainly support this study. Is there a possibility that the current restrictions on particularly building envelopes, size, et cetera, and the potential to expand that, is there a chance that this would change as a result of the analysis of this study?
Manager Leal.
Through the chair to the councillor. To answer your question, the two-zone policy that would effectively impact the flood fringe and the flood fairway that you're speaking of is not contained within this ask, but it does springboard, it does have the technical merit to springboard onto that future study if needed. So it would not impact, currently it would not impact the square footage of building envelopes.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, at this point, I think it rests with or will with the NVCA, I would assume. But I'll relay that information to those constituents who are still questioning me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, okay, well, that's good. Okay, I'll bring the recommendation to a vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Okay, on to item number 15.2.3. I would like to welcome Clerk Amos and Manager Herod, who I believe is online.
Yes.
Oh, I got to read the recommendation first. Sorry. C 2025-11, use of utility terrain vehicles, UTVs, for snow removal on town roadways. I apologize.
Thank you, Chair Perry. We do have Manager Herod online. I'll just provide a very brief introduction. Even though we, our division penned the report, it was a collaboration between the Infrastructure Department and Transportation, as well as our OPP in putting this together. So I will let Manager Herod review, and if there's any following up remarks, I'd like to add any if possible.
Thank you. Manager Herod.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Perry, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present this report. So this is report C 2025-11 titled Use of Utility Terrain Vehicles, UTVs, for Snow Removal on Town Property. Next slide, please. So in terms of a background, so this a resident approached the town in regards to a request to operate their UTV on a municipal roadway for snow removal and maintenance activities on private property. So in response to this request, council directed staff to bring a report back on the use of UTVs on snow removal, the use of UTVs for snow removal purposes on private property. So this presentation outlines the legislative context, regional practices, benefits, risks, as well as options for council's consideration. Next slide, please. So in terms of legislative framework, under the Highway Traffic Act, off-road vehicles, commonly referred to as ORVs, includes UTVs, which are prohibited by default under operating on town highways. Under Regulation 31603, that outlines specific conditions under which off-road vehicles may be permitted to operate on public roads. Currently, the town of Collingwood has not enacted a bylaw to allow off-road vehicles on municipal roadways, and there's no exemptions within the regulations that permit the use of ORVs for snow removal purposes. So this essentially means that UTVs cannot legally operate on town roads for snow clearing purposes unless council passes a bylaw that aligns with provincial legislation as well as regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. So under section 191.8 of the Highway Traffic Act, municipalities have the authority to pass bylaws permitting ORVs, including UTVs, on roads under their jurisdiction. The authority includes the ability to regulate time of operation. So, for example, there are several municipalities that restrict the use of ORVs during certain time periods outside of daylight hours, locations, certain roads they prohibit ORVs from operating on, as well as speed limits that are typically bylaws are typically lower than the posted speed limits. There is some legal uncertainty around restricting specific classes of ORVs or limiting their use to particular types of road activities, such as snow removal only. So a narrowly focused or selective bylaw could be challenged for being discriminatory or inconsistent with provincial requirements. As such, this type of approach is not being really recommended. However, it is included in the options. So next slide, please. So currently 10 municipalities in Simcoe County regulate off-road vehicles within their local municipalities. Those include Innisfil, Springwater, Tiny, Clearview, Wasaga Beach. They all permit off-road vehicles for recreational use. However, many of these municipalities also impose seasonal restrictions, including prohibiting off-road vehicles during winter months due to safety concerns. None of these municipalities permit off-road vehicles for narrow operations such as snow removal. It's also worth noting that many municipalities that allow off-road vehicles are rural communities with established trail systems that support recreational off-road vehicle use. Their bylaws tend to support broad general access rather than targeted or task-specific use, which is consistent with the feedback that we received from legal counsel. Next slide, please. So in terms of potential benefits to permitting UTVs for snow removal, there are some benefits. Operators wouldn't need trailers for their equipment. They could easily drive down the street and clear somebody's driveway. There may be an increase in the number of service providers, and UTVs are lighter than traditional plows, which may result in fewer emissions, though this obviously depends on the equipment being utilized. However, there are significant risks and policy considerations. So, for example, off-road vehicles lack standard safety features and pose risks during winter conditions. Narrow purpose bylaws may exceed municipal authority and would be difficult to enforce. There's also potential for disruption in residential areas and potential added wear to roads. We already do receive some complaints when people start their snow blowers early in the evening. So UTV could cause noise that would be disturbing to others. Allowing off-road vehicles to operate within the town obviously presents a major policy shift, which would, in our opinion, require further community input and legal review to ensure that transparency and fairness. All of the factors must be weighed carefully before considering any change to the current prohibition. Next slide, please. So in terms of options that were presented in the report, 2 options: maintain current prohibition, which is supported by staff or recommended by staff. This would obviously not permit UTVs to operate on town roadways. Operators would still be able to provide snow removal services, but must trailer their equipment to the site and then offload it on site. The option minimizes risks, aligns with existing regulations, and avoids enforcement and liability challenges. Future considerations could be revisited if there's clear community interest. And then option B, which is the public consultation and feasibility assessment. And this would be from council directing staff to conduct public and stakeholder engagement, including consultation with the OPP as well as our legal counsel, assessing safety, financial and operational impacts permitting UTVs. Staff would report back with findings, but not before June 2026 due to current work plans. And this option requires significant staff capacity and may require reprioritizing of other tasks as well. And next slide, please. So based on our review, there's no demonstrated community interest to support regulatory change at this time. The analysis identified significant risks, including safety concerns, enforcement challenges, as well as legislative limitations. So as a result, staff do not recommend advancing a bylaw or licensing system to permit UTVs for snow removal on town roadways. The recommended action is to proceed with option A, which is to maintain the current prohibition, and any future considerations should be guided by community input, operational feasibility, and a clear enforceable policy framework that ensures fairness and safety. So that concludes my presentation. I believe Clerk Elmas may have wanted to add a few more comments, so I'll pass it over to her if she wanted to add anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Perry. We did have an additional question today that about the potential of allowing or putting together a pilot type opportunity. And so we did go back to legal just for confirmation on what that would look like and whether their view remained the same about the regulatory restrictions that's provided through the Municipal Act. So our legal did confirm that the town can regulate the operation of UTVs on its highways through a bylaw under the specific provisions of the Highway Traffic Act, but there is a real question as to whether it would be able to impose any sort of conditions, such as being strictly regulated for snow removal purposes. The statutory language frames the power as being to simply permit or prohibit, along with regulating times. And they've confirmed that there is the possibility of successful challenging to these certain restrictions. So restrictions either based on the class of ORV and to certain restrictions on the type of road use. They said if they wanted, if the town requested, further review into this and further research and, drafting some provisions that could work, that it would be a minimum of $4,000.
Thank you. I'll look to the crowd. Nope, nobody there. Online? Okay, I will read in the recommendation that staff report C 2025-11, use of utility terrain vehicles, UTVs, for snow removal on town roadways be received, and that council proceed with the following option. Option A, so this is staff recommended, that the town maintain its current prohibition of UTVs on town roadways, and that any future consideration would require evidence of broader community interest and support. Or option B, direct staff to undertake public consultation and stakeholder engagement to assess community interest and operational feasibility of permitting UTVs on town roadways for snow removal on private property, and report back with findings and next steps by June 30th, 2026. Can I have a mover? Councillor Potts, do you want to do these separate, right?
Yeah, whoever's going to move in second.
Okay.
Which option?
Okay. Option A, Councillor Potts, do you want to?
I just had clarification first. I mean, I don't really like either option. I'm more of the pilot, so that'd be an amendment.
Okay, well,
so I won't move it because so I'll leave it.
Okay, all right. Can I have a mover? So this is for option A, and Mayor Hamlin seconded. Councilor Doherty. Okay, put it on the floor for comments, questions. Vice Chair Baines.
Thank you, Chair Perry. I support option A, in that my rationale for that is that Collingwood is a growing community, a designated settlement area, and that presumably in the year 4042 will be 42,000, and that we are not a small community anymore. And I would assume most of these, my colleague can correct me, vehicles are operating in much smaller rural communities. And therefore, with the way that the town will be, as Bobby Orr says, where the puck will be, I just don't think it's appropriate to be passing this at this point. So that's why I'm supporting option A. Thank you.
Anyone? Councillor Potts?
I guess this is the time because I have some questions and they kind of fall under both options. But on this one here, and first of all, on the presentation that was given to us, the reason I look at this is it supports our small business. But in the presentation, it was mentioned that a resident had come forward, and it was a business. The business is a resident, but it was a business that had made the request. And I just have a couple questions here that will maybe help me clarify. What is the difference between a UTV vehicle currently and our town multi-use sidewalk vehicles that are multi-trained, or a current operating Toolcat UTVs that are currently being operating with slow moving signs on the back? So I'm just looking for clarity, because to me they're all the same, and I think the perception here is a lot of we're getting confused with side-by-side off-road vehicles that are ripping around, that obviously is not what we want to permit. These are strictly work vehicles that are equipped and sold from dealerships and from equipment providers that are strictly for snow removal operations. And then that leads me into the next point about safety features. These vehicles have more safety features than probably what's on our roads currently. That are running around, whether it's backhoes and lots of things that don't meet the requirements of the safety. So I look at, and then efficiency. So I look at the efficiency of, last winter, for instance, we talked about trying to reduce the number of vehicles that are on the roads. And then you get a climate where we have warm, cold. So it gives the operators an opportunity to, instead of having 3 separate vehicles, sander, plow, blower, tractor and blower, to be able to have one piece of equipment that's versatile with all 3 attachments. So that's really eliminating a lot of the traffic off our roads. If so those are some questions that I do have that maybe help me understand this a little better. Thanks.
Clerk Almas.
Certainly, I will have to redirect the question about the town's multi-use utility sidewalk snow removal, because I am not positive on that one. Oh, looks like Manager Harrod has his hand up.
Okay. Manager Harrod.
Thank you through Chair Perry to Councillor Potts. So the town does have a motorized snow vehicle bylaw, which restricts the use of motorized vehicles. There's certain restrictions that talk about operating within municipal parks. And within that bylaw, there is an exemption for town employees in the performance of their duties, as well as the police, County of Simcoe. And so that's where the bylaw allows for the town to use these vehicles.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Potts.
I'll wait to hear the rest of the answers.
Okay. Thanks. Any other comments, questions on option A? Councillor Jeffrey.
I guess, I mean, I can't talk about B if it's not on, but to me, if our town vehicles are out there making the same noise, doing the same thing, I don't know how we can differentiate somebody in business, why they can't operate the same hours, making the same noise and doing the same thing. I find it, and if we want to really pursue feedback or of the broader community in terms of their interest, we can't do it with option A. And so I'm going to vote against option A, because I think at the very least we should be going to our business community and our public to ask them about it. And I'd ask to sever, because I'm happy to receive the report, but then vote on the option separately, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Chair Perry. I would love to clarify the definition of UTV, because what we just heard from Councillor Potts is very different. I pictured these 4-wheel recreational vehicles with a snowplow bolted to the front, but he's talking about a serious piece of snow removing equipment with multiple attachments. To me, that's a very different animal.
Yeah, thank you. I do have some comments, but I think it falls better under option B. So, Councillor Potts.
So just 2 parts to it, just to follow up on that, and that's where I think I was elaborating on the confusion is, yes, there are off-road utility vehicles that we all can perceive to be exactly what they are, off-road vehicles, but then there's utility vehicles that are specifically for the snow business that have the appropriate attachments, and it's really no different than what we have on the road. And really what this is a business that's just trying to do the right thing, and they've come forward to try to make it so that when they sign their contracts, they do the right thing and to allow it to open up. So like in this case here, when you get a piece of equipment, it has all the regulations of that industry of all the different attachments for it. So it's meant for that operation.
Right.
So my second part of that would be then, I don't want to vote against both recommendations, because in there, like an amendment to a pilot program, if we can do as well. So to the clerk, maybe.
Okay, I'll just comment. Would an amendment to option B be a better route to go? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
So. I don't want to handcuff myself and say no without that. So yes.
You've made some good points. Mayor Hamlin?
The reason that I put option A on the floor is I heard really clearly that we don't have the legal authority, as our lawyer has advised and as Clerk Almas clarified today, to separate out any kind of vehicle from the off-road vehicle category. So if that's the case, and the lawyer said he was, if I understood Clerk Amis's conversation today with the solicitor, he's prepared to, do all the research in the world other than looking at the legislation, but it'd be another 4,000. So I think rather than us going down a road of pilot projects and do the communities want to see it, and, we could really open up a interesting and unfortunate discussion in our community over off-road vehicles, because my guess is not a lot of people want to see off-road vehicles. Would they want to see snow plows as described? Maybe, I don't know. But if we don't have the authority to do it, what are we talking about? So I think if that is the direction of council to want to pursue this, perhaps my question is of Clerk Amis. What does the further $4,000 for legal fees get us? Could you clarify that?
Clerk Amis.
Certainly. Thank you, through Chair Perry, to Mayor Hamlin. It is to undertake any sort of review and research on what conditions could be permitted if council wanted to proceed down a path of trying to allow some sort of use. It may end up to be that we can't put the limitation on snow removal or snow maintenance components of it, or that we can't limit the type of vehicle it is. It could include an exploration of business licensing together tied with a bylaw that could permit or prohibit certain uses. So it's definitely required if we're going to even consider a pilot project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
I think, thank you through you to Clerk Amis, because I think you were kind of alluding to what my question was going to be, and that is, what if these vehicles specifically designed and purposed for snow removal could be permitted to operate if they had a license from the town, and if they didn't have a license from the town, then they would not be permitted on the public roadways?
Clerk Amis.
Certainly. And again, too, with business licensing, we previously, years ago, used to have a business licensing class for snow removal operations, and we specifically got out of the licensing business because the increased liability that it poses. So we could get back into licensing. That's going to add, more administrative work, obviously. I'm also quite familiar with the work that has been underway with our road occupancy discussions and the permitting process that are going to be components to that, and adding another layer of business licensing. We would definitely have to look at the resources that would be needed for that, and if there was some other services or sub-services that we could remove if this is a priority of council.
Follow up. Councillor Doherty. Okay. Councillor Vice Chair Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, and I suppose this is either to the clerk or to Manager Herod, there's nothing to prohibit the current operation, I'm assuming, utilizing the vehicle that Councillor Potts had suggested trailering to all these. But that's the issue, as I understand it, that these individuals don't want a trailer. They want to drive them themselves on the road. So the status quo, unlicensed by the town, is the current procedure as it is right now. Thank you for clarifying that.
Clerk Amis.
Thank you. That is correct. Similar to landscape operators that trailer their summer equipment around, it would be the same.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Perry. I guess I'm looking for further clarification, and maybe this is something we need to get back, but I don't know what the difference is if you throw a slow-moving sign on the back of a UTV vehicle that's doing snow removal to a skid steer that's running around on tracks on the roads that has a slow moving sign to a backhoe to, I don't get what the difference would be. And there's been tool cats that were designed specifically as manufacturers that have been running our roads every winter for the last 20 years that have been allowed. So I just I think we're looking at this is way too wide of range of what these pieces of equipment are. They're designed specifically for snow removal operations. So a business that wants to be more versatile and to allow themselves to the ability to cover all their services, we're really, we're refraining them and holding them back from being successful on the fact of because they can't get from point A to point B, but a skid steer on rubber tracks can go from point A to point B, no problem on the roads. That's where I don't understand.
Clerk Almus.
Certainly, thank you. I will quickly speak to this, and maybe Executive Director Peg would as well jump in. But the difference is what is the definition of a off-road vehicle under the Off-Road Vehicles Act, and so that's what makes it different from a skid steer or a tractor or something along that line. So as soon as it meets that definition, and that was one of the concerns too that our detachment commander had expressed as well, because the ATVs, UTVs, side-by-sides, any conditions around a particular class of snow removal use may cause ambiguity and confusion. He went on to say that it's fairly safe assumption that few police and bylaw officers could actually recognize or cite the difference between a multi-purpose off-highway utility vehicle and a recreation off-highway vehicle and an all-terrain vehicle, because they're very close. I guess they can have similar appearances, but you have to go by certain labeling that's on it that often it gets through use worn off and makes, I guess, enforcement a little bit more challenging.
Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. I did actually was going to ask Director Almus to comment a little bit around the enforcement challenges if this did go ahead. And I was also wondering too, and I don't believe we have the correct staff here this evening, but to comment on our levels of service required for town equipment when it's out, and how does that require us to be out on the roadways with certain equipment versus a private business. I also had the question of, do we have a concern with with private snow clearing today in the community that we're trying to address? So I'm left feeling like maybe council doesn't have all the information they need in this moment to make a decision, or let council determine that, but certainly staff would be happy to go away and come back with more information. If that would be helpful, because I can hear that there's just a number of questions that haven't been answered yet, and I would hate to move ahead with a pilot or something without the right information to ensure that we have the capacity to implement this in a meaningful way.
Thank you.
And a legal way.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And this would be through you to Clerk Almus again. What about the notion if council were to approve option A tonight, but we were to keep a file of requests to use a UTV for snow removal, and then next year at this time, or, hopefully a little bit sooner than this, we would, have an idea of what the actual demand was in our municipality before we, do a whole lot of work to investigate something that we're not going to have much demand for anyway. Even if we were to do it as opposed to, somebody keeping a file on their desk to do it via Engage Collingwood.
Okay. Clerk.
Certainly. Thank you to Councillor Doherty. I would agree. And we have that option A worded as, and that any future consideration require evidence of a broader community interest and support. Yeah. So we would collect additional information. Yeah. And again, I believe after receiving the correspondence from our legal counsel today that says that it could be quite challenging, I'd have to make sure before I even question option B, like why would we proceed with a public consultation if it literally is something we cannot do? So if it happens to go to option B, I would preface that saying subject to legal confirmation, and then invest in that money.
Thank you.
Councillor Potts and then Councillor Jeffrey.
I was just going to make a very quick point that I think you're going to have a hard time with businesses to come forward because they're doing it now anyways. So they're not going to open up a can of worms that we've tried to do this individuals tried to do the right thing. And I mean, so that's the hard part is, you know, I guess it's best to not do anything and just carry on status quo. And because really they're already out there on the roads, whether we see them or we don't, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's happening. This was just really for the comfort to know that they legally can do it. So if you get businesses come forward, that would be a real surprise to me. So.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to vote to receive the report, and I would like to move to defer option A until we can get the answers to the questions as Executive Director Pegg has suggested that staff would be willing to do.
Clerk Almas.
So cover the motion as we have. So we can deal with the motion to receive.
Right. So the motion to receive, all in favor? And that's unanimous. All right.
That's what Jeffrey wants to defer, so she need a seconder for the deferral.
I'm just asking you to defer so that we can get the information and answers to questions, as our Executive Director has expressed a willingness to have staff do, so that we make the decision with all the answers as opposed to half answers.
Right.
Or half thoughts.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Comment on the deferral?
Yes. I kind of go back to the issue of definition, and I wonder if we could find out which type of equipment is not defined as an off-road utility vehicle. So I know in many cases these are compact or subcompact tractors, which are not, I don't believe, off-road utility vehicles.
Yeah.
I would just accept that as a contribution to Executive Director Pegg as to what she could also include in that information from staff.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Just for clarification, and does the additional information include legal confirmation?
Not yet, I don't think.
Because if we're going to go ahead with a pilot, we would need to have that. We would need to know that. So like, I don't know whether that's a good investment at this time or.
I'm thinking I'm waiting to see what Executive Director Pegg had in terms of getting back to us on answers of the questions that have come up tonight. And we know that ticket price is sitting out there.
ED Pegg.
Thank you, Chair. I fear that I'm committing my colleague to work that's unreasonable. So I want to lean into Director Almas and see, based on the discussion, are there questions here that you feel you and your team could report back that would give greater clarity, mainly around definitions, legal interpretations and whatnot. But if that's not possible without that funding, I certainly don't want to commit you to something that's not practical, and certainly didn't intend to do so.
Clerk.
I believe we had the definition of off-road vehicle from the Off-Road Vehicle Act in the staff report. The question about the vehicle in relation to the town's maintenance vehicle. We can gather that information through further conversations with the Public Works Department, as I'm not familiar with their equipment. And I wasn't aware of a UTV that you could have all three attachments on at once. So that's something that we could do some research on. Versus, what a tractor could have multiple attachments. So that's something that we can take a look at as well. So if that information is helpful.
Councillor Potts?
I'm kind of confused. So I'm looking at this going, option A is basically telling me that maintain the prohibition of it and defer it back for more information. Option B is to undertake public consultation, and I look at, so I'm just wondering, at what point do we put in a pilot? We're getting information. Is this something that we could pilot for this season coming up? There's a few questions I have along with this. And also just as references, when it comes to the municipal equipment, we have the exact same type of piece of equipment that does our trails, grooms our trails, that uses our roadways. I know we're talking about exempting from being municipal, but that's the same type of utility vehicle as well. And just to give you more clear indication on that. But I'm just looking for clarification on, because I don't want to go against option A or B or anything else until I know exactly what we're up against here.
Well, we're on about the deferral right now.
So there is another option we can deal with depends if Councillor Jeffrey wants to keep the deferral on the option A, or whether we deal with option A, make a decision, and if the motion is defeated, then motion to defer any further decision until additional information is received. We could do it that way.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Worst case, I can lose the deferral. So I'll stick with the deferral for now, because I think if A pass, then Councillor Potts and this business lose all their opportunity at future. So for now, I'd like to have all the information before us, have everybody feel comfortable. And then if we vote option A down after we have all that information, then we can go to B, or if it's A, then we did it based on having all the information.
Councillor Ring?
I want to be the bearer of bad news, but this is a motion to defer, correct?
Right.
It's got a mover and a second. And all we got to know is what we're deferring it to get an answer for, but there's no debate with a deferral. So I mean, we should be having all this discussion.
Fair enough. So I'll call the deferral to a vote. All of those in favor? And that carries. It's unanimous. Okay. Moving on. Oh, thanks, Manager Harrod. And what else do we have on there? Oh, Clerk Almus, sorry. Okay. Item 15.2.4. CCS 2025-06 Community Climate Action Engagement Findings and Proposed Next Steps. We have Executive Director Peg and Climate Change Specialist Yardy.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Climate Specialist Yardy. So between January and June of this year, the town partnered with Tamarack Institute to lead a broad community engagement process to help inform the development of our Community Climate Action Plan. The end goal of this engagement was to inform the creation of our Community Climate Action Plan, and a plan that would incorporate science and best practices and reflect local values and experiences while encouraging community ownership of the town's climate future. Before Council this evening is the Community Climate Action Engagement Findings Report. That is a mouthful. It is Appendix A for you, along with a staff report recommending that Council endorse the key findings and recommendations outlined in the report as foundational direction for the development of Collingwood's Climate Action Plan. So the action plan itself would be coming back to Council prior to end of year for your review and consideration. Today, our climate change specialist Yardi has a brief overview to share with council or committee, and following, we'd be happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Perry, Vice Chair Baines, and members of council. I was previously before you on July 28th to present the Community Climate Action Plan engagement process and preliminary findings alongside our consultants from the Tamarack Institute. Today, we are here to recommend that council receive the full engagement report, endorse the key findings and recommendations, and direct staff to proceed with the co-development of the Community Climate Action Plan in collaboration with community partners. Throughout the engagement process, we reached over 250 community members and stakeholders through various channels, ranging from online surveys and market booth conversations to in-depth focus group discussions on feasibility and impact. The engagement process was designed to meet the following objectives. 1, increase awareness and understanding of climate change. 2, develop community-informed strategies. And 3, gauge community support and level of ambition. The engagement report summarizes the findings and provides the recommendations that the Community Climate Action Plan proceed with an ambitious scope, led by community partners in collaboration with the town, and incorporate strategies that are designed to address multiple community challenges. Within the plan, it is recommended that we use plain language to emphasize personal relevance and values, that implementation is phased to build momentum and show progress, and that roles and responsibilities are clearly defined. Overall, the design team was very encouraged to see the consensus among the community, wanting a progressive plan that meaningfully reduces greenhouse gas emissions and calls on all sectors to contribute to the implementation. On a personal note, as I reflect on the comments and support we received through the process, I'm reminded of what makes Collingwood so special, our connection to nature. Whether it be anglers wanting to protect our waterways, families planting pollinator gardens, cyclists and dog owners using our trails, or children playing in the parks, it's clear that the natural environment is at the heart of what people appreciate and is aligned with what they want to see reflected in the Community Climate Action Plan. The next steps between now and the end of the year include narrowing down the long list of strategies, connecting with community groups who have expressed interest in leading some of the actions, further technical analyses of shortlisted strategies, and the preparation of the draft Community Climate Action Plan that reflects the community's ambition towards protecting and building a sustainable community for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nobody in gallery online. No, nobody online. So I'll read in the recommendation. 15.2.4 CCS 2025-06 Community Climate Action Engagement Findings and Proposed Next Step. That Council received the Community Climate Action Engagement Findings Report prepared by the Tamarack Institute, Appendix A, and that Council endorsed the key findings and recommendations outlined in the report as foundational direction for the development of Collingwood's Community Climate Action Plan, CCAP, and that Council directs staff to proceed with the co-development of the CCAP in collaboration with community partners using the engagement insights to guide strategy, prioritization, implementation planning, and governance design. Can I have a mover? Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Mayor Hamlin, and I'll open up the floor to discussion. Councillor Jeffrey. Sorry, Councillor Doherty. I get Councillor Ring and Potts mixed up too. Sorry.
No worries. I just wanted to make a comment that I was so impressed by the depth and breadth of this report that came from community groups, not to say that they, aren't capable, but you usually expect not as much depth as what we saw here. And also, I just wanted to say that, as always, the Tamarack Group have just come up with an excellent report and way forward. So I'm very, very supportive of this report and very supportive of the recommendation.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thanks, Edie Pegg and
Thank you.
Climate Change Specialist Yardy. All right, moving on to item 15.2.5. T 2025-16 Water Financial Plan. And we have Director Graham remote.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Perry. I'm happy to present Staff Report T 25-16 Water Financial Plan this evening. Next slide, please. Today, we'll go over the study purpose, legislation behind it, the requirements of our municipal drinking water license, summary of a few financial indicators, and finally the recommendations. Next slide, please. So the town of Collingwood retained Watson and Associates to prepare a water financial plan. Watson sends their apologies. They would have liked to be here to present it, but they're otherwise engaged. The water financial plan is a requirement as part of the submission to renew the town's municipal water drinking license under the Safe Drinking Water Act. The plan is based on the town's approved 2024 water and wastewater rate study with refinements based on the 2025 budget and forecast. The water financial plan starts in 2026, which is the year the town's current license expires, as required by Ontario Regulation 45307. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of background. In August 2007, the province filed Ontario Regulation OREG 453/07 and the Guideline Towards Financial Sustainable Drinking Water and Wastewater Systems. A summary of the key elements are that a financial plan is presented or represents one of the 5 key elements for obtaining municipal drinking water license. The plan is to be completed and submitted as part of the application for the drinking water license. The financial plan should be for a minimum of 6 years, but longer planning horizons are encouraged. As a regulation is under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the preparation of the plan is mandatory for water. Basically, they need to see that our water is feasible. Next slide, please. There are 5 requirements to obtain our water license: drinking water works permit, accepted operational plan based on the drinking water quality management standards, accreditation of the operating authority, the financial plan, which is what I'm presenting today, and the permit to take water. Next slide, please. I have put on the slide just a few summary of some key financial indicators. At the end of 2023, we will see, based on this plan, a decrease in net financial assets of $125 million, increase in tangible capital assets of $281 million, and an increase in accumulated surplus of $156 million. The decrease in net financial assets is based on the plan forecasting a requirement for debentures in future years. Next slide, please. So recommendations and next steps. The Town of Collingwood Water Financial Plan prepared by Watson Associates dated August 29th, 2025 be approved. Notice of availability of the Water Financial Plan should be advertised. The Water Financial Plan dated August 29th, 2025 be submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the resolution of council approving the water financial plan be submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, satisfying the requirements under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you. I did just want to mention too that this plan needs to be submitted by October 28th, 2025 to meet our deadline of getting our water license for next year. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So I will look to the gallery. Nothing online? No? Okay. So the recommendation that staff report T 2025-16 water financial plan be received and that council approve the water financial plan completed by Watson and Associates dated August 29th, 2025 as presented, confirming that the Collingwood drinking water system is financially viable, and that council herein directs staff to submit the financial plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing prior to the October 28th, 2025 deadline. Can I have a mover? Councillor Pott, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Put it on the floor for discussion. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Perry. And thank you, Director Graham, for the report and joining us. I'm sure you've had a busy day already. So I just had a question. It's noted in the report that the plan is based on 2025 budget and I guess 26 forward forecasting. My question then for Director Graham is, can it just be clarified that annual changes must still go through an approval process? They are not automatic because of this plan?
Director Graham.
Thank you, Chair Perry. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. Yes, that's a great observation to make and something that should be clarified. This financial plan is a snapshot based on this information. Of course, any capital projects, any rate changes that might happen in 3 years when we review the wastewater and wastewater rate study again are not reflected or in this plan right now. This plan is for a moment in time. Decisions still need to be made by council each year.
Thank you.
Follow up? No? Okay. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote on the, oh, sorry. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So this may be a dumb question, but based on the financial projections as of today, this snapshot, are the financial forecasts as presented here to suggest that we would not need a water rate, technically, we would not need a water rate increase until 2033?
Director Graham.
Thank you, Chair Perry. Through you to Councillor Doherty. It's not making that suggestion. The rate increases based on the financial plan are based on the approved water study that was approved last year. That's for 25, 26, and 27. It then keeps the same rates going forward because we don't know that information at that time. But of course, when we review this in 2027, Council will have an opportunity to look at the rates and the increases proposed then.
Follow up?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Call for the vote. That's unanimous. Thank you, Director Graham, but hang tight. We've got another one for you. Item 15.2.6, T 2025-15, 2026 Economic Overview and Budget Process. And Director Graham again.
Thank you, Chair Perry. I'll just wait for the slides to appear. Thank you, Chair Perry. I'm here to present the 2026 Economic Overview and Budget Process. Next slide, please. The overall theme of our budget is responsible today, resilient tomorrow. We'll be looking at an overview of the economic conditions, strong mayor powers, the budget phases and timelines, next steps and key target dates, and finally, the legislative steps required based on strong mayor powers. Next slide, please. As all of our peers are facing this, it goes without saying that there's tremendous pressure on our budget this year. There's inflationary and cost pressures. We are now seeing a very slow assessment growth. As indicated in the report, as of August, MPAC is anticipating a 0.5% increase for 2026 in assessment growth. That means we can raise an additional $200,000 in taxes without increasing our tax rate. While that does sound like a lot, that doesn't cover inflationary or cost pressures. And in prior year, for context, we were able to raise almost $900,000 from assessment growth. So this is a significant decrease this year. Again, throughout the process, I will keep council updated if this growth metric changes. We've also seen significant funding gap with our asset management plan that was presented in July and approved at the last meeting. These need to be considered when we go through our budget process in the next coming months. Next slide, please. Just a quick recap on Strong Mayors. As of May 1st, 2025, the Strong Mayor powers were extended to an additional 169 single and lower tier municipalities. As part of those powers, the mayor must propose the budget. The budget is one item of the Strong Mayor powers that cannot be fully delegated to staff. In town of Collingwood, our mayor has been very supportive of a collaborative approach to include council, residents, and staff. Next slide, please. I wanted to, before we move on, introduce council to the budget phases that staff have been working on. Each phase has a goal, objective, deliverables, and not showing here many tasks with each one. The first phase, which started back in April, was our strategic alignment and planning phase. It sets the foundation for the 2026 program and services-based budget by aligning early planning with the community-based strategic plan, our operational plan, and work being done on the long-term strategic financial plan and the asset management plan. The next phase, Phase 2, framework and training, was to equip our service providers with the tools, training, and templates to develop their 2026 service plan and translate Phase 1 outcomes into standardized processing. In Phase 3, the service plan and budget submissions, finances to support department submissions of service plans, base budgets, and resource requests. Early review and identification of funding gaps, tax and user rate impacts, and reserve requirements are also done in Phase 3. Phase 4, and this is the phase we're in right now, is to review and consolidate to ensure fiscal responsibility and alignment. The next phase, starting shortly, are council workshops and engagement, a collaborative review with council and the public. We're on this slide. Next steps and key target dates. So to meet this, September 20th, 2025 will be our first public engagement. Finance staff will be at the farmers market this upcoming Saturday. I invite all of council members to come, even if you can just come for 20 minutes. It's always a very engaging conversation and a good chance to talk to residents directly. I have November 3rd highlighted here. The staff report originally had October 15th as a long-term strategic financial plan. After publication, our consultants has requested an additional couple weeks. So the long-term strat plan will now be presented on the November 3rd, 2025 meeting that was scheduled to be in camera. After that, November 12th will be the staff proposed budget presented to council. November 19th, public engagement, again, coffee with council at the library. And on November 24th, the mayor's proposed budget will be tabled. Next slide will go over what that actually looks like and what the legislative steps are once we receive the mayor's proposed budget. So the first question is the budget presented before February 1st? In our case, yes, it is. The mayor is proposing the budget on November 24th. Does council want to amend the budget? The mayor, of course, can vote too. If so, there's an amendment period of 30 days, which puts us from November 24th to December 25th. If council does want to make an amendment, it does have to be done at a council meeting. There's 3 opportunities within that amendment period for council to propose an amendment. November 24th, the date that the mayor presents the proposed budget, at the December 1st and the December 15th council meetings. Of course, the amendments require a majority of vote to be put forward. That's 5 out of 9 council members must approve. And of course, the mayor can vote on the amendments as well. The mayor then has 10 days to respond to any amendments put forward. This, if she accepts it, no further action is required and the budget is deemed amended. If the mayor does not accept the amendment and wishes to veto it, she can do so in writing. And 10 days after the amendment period, no meeting is required. Council would then have an opportunity to override any mayor's veto. However, at this point, it would require 2/3 majority to do so, which is 6 of the 9 members to approve the veto. If we do not get the 2/3, the budget is deemed adopted. If you do get the 2/3, the budget is deemed adopted as amended. Next slide, please. Thank you. It's a very complicated process, so I'm here to answer any questions that you may have and provide further clarity if there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Graham. Before we move on, I need a motion to continue for another hour. Seconded. Councillor Vice Chair Baines. Apologize. Okay. Nobody in the gallery. Nobody online. Okay. Oh, sorry. We'll vote. It's unanimous. Thank you. So the recommendation is that staff report T 2025-15, 2026 economic overview and budget process be received. Can I have a mover? Vice Chair Baines, seconded. Mayor Hamlin. And open up Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Perry. I just have one very simple question, and that is, what would be the purpose? There really is no purpose of a coffee with council if it's the mayor's budget. So if I'm hearing you right, it's more or less to show up and take the heat, but really at the end of the day, it's the mayor's budget. So that's kind of the way it stands. Am I correct on that?
Manager Graham, sorry, Director Graham.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair Perry, through you to Councillor Potts. The way that this has been structured at the town of Collingwood is a little bit different to allow for residents and council to have their feedback. So it's at this point, when we have coffee with council, it's not the mayor's proposed budget yet. The mayor has directed staff to come forth with a staff proposed budget. After that, council will have an opportunity to ask questions, residents will have an opportunity to have questions, and the mayor can make amendments or directives, pardon me, to the staff proposed budget, and that's what will be presented after coffee with council. I hope that helps clarify. We're trying to be as collaborative as possible. It's not the mayor's proposed budget when we do coffee with council.
Yeah, no, that clarifies. I still think it's kind of redundant, but that's okay. I'll leave it at that.
Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, it's something we're all going to have to figure out, but I've clearly given directions to staff to bring forward a staff budget. I don't have staff to create a budget in my office. It's me. And I have no intent to try and come up with a budget myself. So staff is coming up with the budget in the usual course, and we're going to have amendments put forward by council in the usual course. We're going to have residents bring forward their suggestions in the usual course. It has to be called the mayor's budget because that's what the Municipal Act says. And so at the appointed date, it will become the mayor's budget. And there it goes. But we have no choice in how this is named, but we will be doing a collaborative process as our treasurer has indicated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Baines.
Thank you, Chair Perry. I'm not sure whether this is directed to the mayor or presumably to the treasurer, but under the provincial law, the new strong mayor's power, do I understand it that the mayor, him or herself, has the right by themselves to what am I thinking? Prohibit any amendment or to veto any amendment? Just that one position, the mayor, him or herself.
Director Graham.
I'd be happy to answer that. Council, the mayor cannot disallow amendments. Council has the opportunity to make amendments to the budget process. Again, they do need a majority to pass. However, that option is still available. The mayor doesn't have the ability to say, no, I do not accept any amendments. What the mayor can do, however, is veto the amendments.
That was my
Council
point,
at
right.
that point can override the veto. And again, that requires 2/3 to override. So 6 council members would have to override any veto that the mayor did for an amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have to honestly say that I have not felt part of the budget process at all. Feel like we're standing outside of it looking in. Staff are making all the decisions. The mayor has directed staff to a 4 3/4%. I don't think that recognizes that we're on the cusp of a potential recession that will be contributing to economic factors that we're all already trying to solve in our municipalities, such as homelessness, affordability. And I agree with Councillor Potts. I don't know why we would stand at a farmer's market, because I know the people are just going to say, I can't afford my taxes to go up. I want you to fund this. I mean, we already know those. So I think standing at the farmer's market and taking a bullet for a staff budget that we didn't help develop, don't have an understanding of. I can go out and ask residents all day long. I don't have to be at the farmer's market about what they think about our financial situation. So I don't think it's a collaborative process, and maybe it's because we haven't gotten there yet. But already the mayor's 3 meetings in and has much more information than the rest of us. And it's going to take a lot of detailed catch up for us to be able to converse intelligently with the residents about what's contained in that budget, what the impacts are, and how to get to the amendments in such a quick time. It's not fair. Everyone else has had months to get to this point where they feel like they can present it to us, but we don't get but 4 weeks to decide on how we're going to amend it and how we're going to engage with the residents to make it a budget that they like. So at this point, I'm feeling, I know other municipalities have worked through it. Mayor Dolan, for one, made it just business as usual, and then just called it a mayor's budget once they got to their business as usual point. They didn't change any of the process to get to it. So I'm still undecided on this whole thing. I think so far I'm not feeling included. I'm not feeling I can serve the residents really well in this budget process. And so there you have it.
Deputy Mayor Fryer. Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
I think
Mayor
I was next.
Okay, Mayor Hamlin will go after.
Thank you, Chair.
No, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you.
So I wanted to first start by saying, in my opinion, I don't see that there's anything here that is advancing new housing initiatives faster. Although I am concerned about how troubling the new way we're being told Collingwood's budget process is going to be proceeding, I will support the receiving of the report, but be clear, not the directive. Before that, though, I do have some comments and questions. So first, regarding the report's content, it appears then that this is something that Mayor Hamlin has reviewed and approved before it's issued. And that'd be a question through you, Chair, to Mayor Hamlin.
Mayor Hamlin?
No, the answer is no. I have not seen the budget.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Okay, I'm asking about this initially because this September report doesn't have the same detail that council has been provided in the past to help us prepare for public engagement situations. Then, according to the milestones, we will have to adhere to with amendment requirements, veto timelines, and 2/3 vote requirements that appear to be very confusing and possibly confrontational. The previous process of 2 budget workshops and then a meeting after a week to consider it all for putting forth comments and direction to also assist us are no longer being undertaken. Yes, I see that, well, I did see on the mayor's directive there was a workshop. I didn't see it on the report that initially said October 15th and now says November 3rd. So it's occurring after the direction that's been provided in the MDI for a possible 4.7%, 5% increase. So on that, it's almost $2 million in new taxation with no indication of the reasoning behind it. Has the OPP bill been received with further substantial changes? We just approved the half-year financial report that indicates actually we're tracking for a surplus at the end of the year. We have new revenue sources like the municipal accommodation tax and possible further additional investment income in 2026. And of course, there are the inflationary pressures and some slower growth right now, but the county is still projecting 2% in growth, and that would be an additional $800K in our case. Many factors that will come into play, but nothing concrete to us. So that's the type of information I was hoping to get out of this economic summary. So I'm not going to ask questions now about those things I just went over, but I will be following up offline, which I've done in every budget situation. The other area I'm interested in finding out about is council's work to separate operational and capital components of the mill rate that we completed last year. It isn't clear in the directive if this is going to continue to be the case. We had done that to assist council in part to show the public the impact of the work being done for our asset management planning. So I would like to get some clarity on what's going to happen in that regard, please.
Okay. Director Graham, any comments on Deputy Mayor Fryer's comments?
Thank you, Chair Perry. I will comment on the last thing, because I believe the Deputy Mayor said that was the question he wanted to ask about the capital general levy. Right now, it is at the same rate. It hasn't had an increase proposed. It will be the same as usual.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
And that's confusing in itself because we just heard it's one of the pressures we have. So again, I'm not going to go into a bunch of questions because this is all brand new. So frankly, I don't think I can ask an awful lot of questions, but I'm going to reiterate it's troubling because it appears to have been determined that this process needs to be adopted to ensure housing is built faster. And I don't agree that that's the case. Many other mayors don't either, by what I see, as that, and that is why their direction to staff, actually in most cases back in May or June, is to generally use the same process as has been used in their past 3 budgets. I was very pleased with our 3rd budget process last year and the collaborative approach that we used. All these strong mayor power changes are being made for this council's last budget. I just want to be upfront that I don't see it going anywhere near as well as last year. Additionally, staff has this to undertake all the changes right in the middle of when we are finalizing our long-term financial plan framework. And we just heard with the water financial plan, the budget will be a central part of that in our estimating going forward. So I'm sure staff are thinking, what will the next mayor want to do after having to indicate to the electorate their intentions? Is it all going to change again? So in closing, I will finalize with that. This process doesn't enhance collaboration in any way, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Mayor Hamlin?
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to the last 2 members of council, I just wanted to emphasize that this is not a conspiracy by the mayor to hide information and take over the budget process. I did have some meetings with staff as they went through the process with me of discussing really how I would like to be involved. And I said I didn't really want to make decisions on the budget, but at the end I said I felt like that this was a time to tighten our belts and that I didn't want to see a tax increase come forward of more than 2.75%, not more than. Now, staff drafted that directive for me, and they added in that there would be an optional extra 2%, which all the years I've sat on council has always been the case. They show us and then they give us an option to add in or not, because it would take us weeks and weeks to go through the budget and come up with options. So they usually come up with an options list if we want to add or don't add. I don't know what will get us to the 2.7% maximum increase. I've got no idea. But that was my sense based on knowing this is not the time to bring in a budget with a big increase for our community. I don't know. Maybe they're going to come in with a 1% increase. I just don't know. And I would say, as much as I have heard worry here tonight that this is a very different process, that no one's being consulted, that we're doing things differently, I haven't noticed that and I haven't directed that. So as far as I'm concerned, this is business as usual. And I would say if any council member is noticing a process that they feel has been there in the past and isn't there today, they should reach out to the treasurer and find out why. Lastly, no, I think that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. So yes, we're operating under a different framework, but I do agree with the mayor that the process thus far is that not that much different. The only difference is all of council have not made a recommendation as to what we should be looking for in terms of an increase, but the increase that has been recommended was staff recommended. As far as the public engagement opportunities, I see absolutely no difference whatsoever. We will still stand at farmers market, or at least I will, and ask people what their feelings are. Maybe they are going to say, I need my belt tightened, and maybe the message is going to come back to all of us that we have to keep it to a 2%, which is slightly less than inflation. They may say, I want more money invested in recreation and less in some or the other area. They're going to give us their priorities. I don't see that as being any different. Once the proposed budget is tabled, after those two public engagement opportunities or formal public engagement opportunities, we have 30 days to propose amendments. So yes, we're operating under a different framework. I don't see the implications as being all that much different, and I don't see the process as being all that much different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Executive Director Pegg.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment, and not so much in regards to the strong mayor powers, but just to give council and the community confidence that staff are preparing a professional budget. They're preparing a budget that looks towards our community-based strategic plan, our master plans, our operational plan, legislation requirements, operational and technical requirements of the lines of business that we deliver. So regardless to the strong mayor powers that are in play and the direction that we may or may not receive, we are dedicated to delivering a professional budget and have done our utmost in working collaboratively with Mayor Hamlin to ensure that the act, which has been, I'll say, imposed on us by the province as a requirement to follow, that we're meeting those legislative requirements. But I just don't want to leave here today with council not having the confidence that our budget process is still being followed in a professional way, following key requirements in the budget process as it is every year. So thank you. I just felt it was prudent to make that comment.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, and it's included in my materials that I circulated for the next item on the agenda. Any mayor in Simcoe County, as far as I can see, has just simply said, use the same process as before. Nobody's given me a reason why this process has to be changed. And as I said, we've done that process for 3 years. We're going into our last budget. And I don't think it needed to change. I think that they could have been a directive just the same as what Mayor Smith put to his staff back in May or June, and Mayor Mastersov as well. And then, as I said, any Simcoe County mayor that I've been looking into. So, like, for instance, I talked about the fact we would have 2 detailed workshops and have it outlined to us by the departments, the various elements that go into their budgeting and such. And we would utilize that, in my opinion, to determine whether we thought we wanted to do this or that with those departments. And there's nothing in here doing that. And that would be done in early October. So, like, I don't see how anybody doesn't see that this is a major change. And as I said, I don't believe that we had to do it. So that's why I'm in the troubled state I'm in.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Hamlin?
I believe perhaps there was a question that I would have liked to have posed by Deputy Mayor Fryer in his last statement. And the question would have been, did I direct staff to eliminate workshops with council? And my answer would be no, I've never had a discussion with staff about workshops, so that if any member of council, as I mentioned, has specific things they wish to be included in the budget process, they should speak to our treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Follow up. Yeah, I did not ask that question. Okay. You look at the mayor's directive, it mentions a workshop, but then when you look at the report, it doesn't mention a workshop. So I don't know whether there's a workshop or not, but clearly we're not going to have the workshop format that we had before. And I'm not questioning the fact that we're going to get a responsible and professional budget from staff. That's not in any way, shape, or form being inferred. I just, as I said, I had no concerns with the process we've been using, and nobody's given me a good reason why it had to change.
Treasurer Graham? Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you for that reminder.
There we go.
I am sorry for any confusion that this has caused. One thing that is new this year is the introduction of the long-term strat financial plan. It has been made clear to staff that we cannot come forward with a budget until that work is done. Because it's been delayed, we've had to delay, well, we were always planning the November 12th council workshop. I'm sorry I didn't call it a council workshop in the staff report, but that is the intent of the staff proposed budget, is the same as prior year. It's a dedicated meeting. The only thing on the agenda that night is the budget. There'll be ample time, I'm hoping, to talk, and if another meeting is required, we could likely schedule one as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? No? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Director Graham. Okay, moving on to item 15.3, deputations unregistered. We have none. Okay. No reports of minutes or other committees, 15.4. So 15.5, old or deferred business. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair Perry, sorry about that. To begin with, as I stated back in June, there's an overarching concern rooted in that many other mayors have delegated back all that can be, because these can be immediately taken back if deemed necessary. Since first bestowed on May the 1st, unfortunately, there has been a need to bring this topic to the council table for at least some discussion that hopefully could bring clarity to us and our public. From the outset, attempts have been to discuss about strong mayor powers in generality. Also, unfortunately, though, the first attempt on May 12th was misunderstood, thereby going poorly, and as such, I decided to provide an apology. We were informed, yes, to my consideration question, and the delegation had just been issued to staff that day. I said, knowing that was great news, but then afterwards disappointedly discovered it was only certain parts and not all. I provide the linked documents as examples of what I believe is a good governance approach that our closest Simcoe County neighbor, Wasaga, has undertaken. The MDE delegates back to all council authority over committee appointments in the CAO position. The MDI 2025-01 simply directs Wasaga staff to use the same process for the 26 budget as has been done in the past. I found similar documents and shared that, as I already spoke about earlier, with council from Clearview and Town of Blue Mountains. Again, that process all makes sense because that is what the electors wanted in 2022. It shouldn't change if possible until after the next election. In my opinion, the examples indicate actions taken to not use specific strong mayor powers because it is recognized by the other mayors that the powers have no bearing on the goal of ensuring provincial policy on new housing implementation is moving forward. In Collingwood's case, I would challenge anyone that thinks that this council on the whole hasn't been working hard on the key objective of implementing new affordable housing as efficiently and effectively as possible. Therefore, the argument that Collingwood can't jeopardize funding assistance or such for many of our initiatives doesn't have any weight, in my opinion, or why would all these other mayors be doing what should be done if there are those risks? One of the most concerning things about strong mayor powers is being exercised is the means that it will take a 2/3 vote to reverse a mayor budget veto initiative. In my opinion, that's not being democratic. Also, it is being raised that there may be a fundamental change in the traditional role of the CAO, serving the council to serving the mayor's agenda. I find a decision to hold on to the powers and exercise them has put the rest of council into a troubling position, having negative impacts and expected to get worse. For example, our upcoming governance review may be more controversial than it needed to be. As noted earlier, Romero motion outright requests the ministry to rescind strong mayor powers completely. Again, Romero would be looking for funding opportunities too, but democracy is highlighted as a main reason because they know they are continuing to work hard on housing initiatives. Leading up to these comments, I have brought up concerns throughout the agenda. I will listen to the other points of view here, but as it stands right now, I will be planning on bringing notice of motion forward to send a submission to ministry requesting strong mayor powers be rescinded. As noted earlier too, this is being done in concurrence with our community-based strategic plan, responsible pillar, and associated goals and actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to comment on the deputy mayor's comments? Mayor Hamlin?
I'm always ready to have a go. I think I have a question for the deputy mayor, though. How many times do I have to get berated in public because the Municipal Act was amended to create strong mayor powers? May, what's this, September? What's this, October? No, it's still September. But I'll just say I totally appreciate the mayor of Wasaga Beach has taken certain actions and taken certain directions. He and I do not see eye to eye on lots of things, but I certainly respect his position, and mine's different. And as we know, Ontario, including Collingwood, is facing urgent challenges right now. And as I see them, the strong mayor powers are not about shutting council out. They're about giving tools to help us move faster and deliver results when necessary. When necessary. So when are they going to be necessary? I don't know. I haven't seen any time yet. But I was elected, obviously, as we all were, by people in Collingwood, and I'm going to be accountable if I use these powers or if I don't use them and I should have. So that's what I have in my mind every day, and I will always prefer collaboration, and I certainly won't support any motion in the nature that the Deputy Mayor suggested. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I don't believe that anything I said was berating to the mayor. I talked about everything in generality for a mayor's position, as I have from the beginning in this process, because I'm just trying to understand. I didn't buy into this when I ran for election. And I'm trying to understand how I can keep from losing my right to be here at the table with an equal vote with everyone. And at this point in time, because some of these powers are being exercised, and I guess the question I would put to the mayor is, what is going to be done faster because of exercising these powers that you're exercising?
Mayor Hamlin?
I haven't exercised any yet. Guess we'll see.
Okay. We got to be careful here. I mean,
Well,
really
and that's fine.
Well, okay.
If that's the
Did
way
you
want
have
to
another
respond,
comment?
then that's fine.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, item 15.5.2, CCI redevelopment. I believe this is Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Perry. So we discussed this last meeting under old business, and the concern that was raised was at the August school board meeting, there was some informal consideration that CCI wouldn't be replaced when the Wasaga students were able to relocate in 2028. So I followed up with staff, as I had said I would, regarding the confidential discussions that had taken place, and also saw that the province's capital call deadline is now announced to be October the 8th. So at the September 24th, formal decisions will be made by the board as to prioritization, but more importantly, replace or repair. So I believe it would be appropriate for a delegation to attend the September 24th meeting, and we'll bring notice of motion with a waiving request forward when appropriate. If delegation is supported at that time, it would be staunchly put forth that replacement is the only option, and seek an increased level of prioritization as well. It can be further explained that with all that in place, Collingwood Council could then continue to discuss with Simcoe County District School Board reps any and all shared facility options. This motion will be brought forward as an action outlined under the community-based strategic plan regarding ensuring educational opportunities remain within the municipality. Before I would move, though, forward so that we get into the notice of motion period, I would appreciate hearing from Acting CAO Peg. I gave her a little bit of heads up earlier. Thoughts on of course, on all of it, but the idea of a delegation. Perhaps you might think it'd be better that we do a submission, but I do think it can't hurt us to send something or send someone for the 24th. But I would appreciate the Acting CAO's comments on it.
AD Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. Certainly my understanding, having spoken to the ministry at AMO, is that their preference absolutely is to go through the board. So based on what I'm hearing, the suggestion would be is to delegate to the Simcoe County District School Board and provide feedback to them directly, in which they could consider in the context of their submission. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the intention correctly.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that that's kind of the feeling we got as well in the delegation, and that. So it would be a case of where we would submit something or go there and reinforce our belief that it should be replacement, and request direction from them on how we should proceed to further along in that regard, because I do believe that's what the ministry was looking for us to do, is to now there has been the ongoing discussions amongst staff, and I know that, and would really like to get a feeling from you if you feel it's progressing that way anyway, because that could be a factor in it as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I haven't been personally involved in any of the discussions directly with the board, but I do understand that those conversations are confidential at this time. What I might suggest is that we invite the board to come to a council meeting if council has specific questions. Potentially the trustee could attend and answer those. And then certainly if council did want to provide a submission or delegate, and that was the direction of council, we would certainly support in implementing that that direction. But I, again, will just reiterate that the ministry, my understanding, really wanted to see a collaborative approach with the board.
Deputy Perry, the concern I have is September 24th, when they make their final decisions. I would think if we're not happy with something that's within the final, it's going to be pretty hard to change. Now, I'm willing to listen to anybody's thoughts on it. I know Mayor Hamlin's had meetings with the school board as well, and things like that. But this is the only opportunity we have, because September 24th is next Wednesday. So if there was something we thought we had to do, but it could be too late in that regard too. So.
Okay. Mayor Hamlin? Oh, so did you?
No, I was just saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Hi, thank you. I did meet with the chair of the public school board last week, and what he told me was that this week the ministry would be giving to the school board what they felt were the capital projects. And so I asked him if he would let me know when that report arrives, and he said he would, and I haven't received it yet. I also know that it's not really, although there's a collaborative approach, it was my take, and certainly a lot of council were at the delegation item when we met with the representatives from the Ministry of Education as well. But I have to say, I was really left with the feeling that the collaboration they wanted to see was between the school board and the ministry. And they clearly indicated that there wasn't one approach that they wanted to hear about. In other words, a new school or a replacement school or this kind of school or whatever. They wanted options from the school board, and that the ministry would select based on those options. Because this was, and a new build was an $86 million ticket, and the province wasn't writing checks like that unless the school board could convince them, based on the number of options they looked at, that that was the best option. So I have been left with the feeling that Collingwood's best route is to do nothing and hope that something is selected for Collingwood, because we need a new high school. We needed it last year. We needed it 10 years ago. And whether it's new or rebuilt or renovated, I'm sure we're going to end up with a great thing. But the school board itself has very limited power. You know, they don't set their own budgets. They don't pick their own capital projects. They don't raise taxes. They don't set the curriculum. The school boards are very limited in what they can do, and we are very dependent on the Ministry of Education. So we made our pitch for a new school, new facilities, because our existing facilities are in very poor shape, and the ministry said, tell the school board to come and give us more options. We don't have enough options. So we've done that, and I honestly really don't think a deputation to the school board will help at this point. But I am happy if I do get the report from the school board chair this week, as he thought he would have it. I'll be happy to circulate it to council in case they want to take any further action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
And everything Mayor Hamlin's saying is accurate in my opinion. The school boards are under a great deal of scrutiny right now too, and we all know that, and that's part of our concern is, what if something changes? We could get it locked down now. I'm not going to pursue the idea of putting a motion on the table, trying to figure out how to word it and that. What I would like to do is, Mayor Hamlin's mentioned about some additional information coming in through you, Chair, if we could just ask the acting CAO to update CAO Skinner when she's back. And I've got full confidence in if they think that we should do something and they can get it in time, then they'll do that. So it's been on our radar, especially since our delegation, because I really get a great vibe off of that. So I appreciate council's consideration of my comments.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. All right. ED Peg, you'll pass that on. Thank you. Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? Okay. On to other business. Is there any other? Okay. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two. The first we've talked about a little bit with respect to the Build Canada Homes announcement by the federal government. And FCM, as you know, has long been advocating in the housing and homelessness initiatives. And so this announcement to us at FCM showed a clear commitment to working in partnership with municipalities and provinces and territories and Indigenous governments and housing providers and nonprofits and developers to deliver practical results-driven solutions that meet urgent housing needs of Canadians. So as we know, our municipality and many municipalities are already leading on housing, and their continued leadership will be essential to the success of Build Canada Homes. So local governments are champions in addressing homelessness and driving affordable housing solutions that meet the needs of their communities, and Collingwood is no different. So to help meet the federal goal of building 500,000 homes per year, FCM is committed to working with all governments to make that ambition a reality. So reaching that scale will require more than the BCH alone. It will require new investments in the infrastructure that communities need to support housing, like roads, water systems, and public transit through proven tools like the Canada Community Building Fund. So it's an important opportunity to work together to deliver the housing that Canadians need. And so FCM has put forward a set of recommendations to help BCH succeed, which includes speed, predictability, and scale of funding built on proven models. Continuity and stability and establishing BCH will take time, but it's critical to maintain momentum in funding and building urgently need housing in the meantime, and have projects already in the pipeline, such as those under the Affordable Housing Fund, to be prioritized for funding through BCH. So let's not lose momentum. The infrastructure alignment, critically important, as we know in Collingwood as well. Pair housing investments with predictable funding for housing enabling infrastructure, such as water, roads, and transit, and we would add there wastewater. And build capacity to deliver. Smaller communities and nonprofit housing developers often need help early in the process, like figuring out if a project is doable or meeting building standards, and supporting them ensures housing gets built in all sizes of communities, including parts of the country like Collingwood with only 25,000. Facilitate funding for repairs and conversions, use public land to protect long-term affordability, and regional benefits and reach to make sure affordable housing is built everywhere. So we see a unique opportunity, and as Advocacy Days comes, October 27th to the 31st, you can be sure that we will be all on the Hill promoting that message for housing for all of the municipalities.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Good news.
Yep.
Secondly, wishing all my colleagues on their work in Ghana and a successful trip. I will maybe cross or pass in the air, but I wanted to let council know that I was invited to speak at an international conference in Stockholm, Sweden. And so I will be traveling there for a quick in and out, 21st to the 25th. It's an international conference on reshaping power for equality, women's political participation, and the future of democracy. The event that I am participating in is the role of locally elected women's networks for joint strategizing and solidarity. And it's a strategic dialogue among political leaders from organized women's networks. They're going to provide the questions. I haven't received the questions yet, but that's what 10 hours worth of flights are for, I suppose. But participating in my group will be the mayor of Banjul, president of Refela in Africa, a councillor of Shegatu Rural District, also from the African Women Leaders Network for Youth, vice president of Seine St. Denis Departmental Council, who's in charge of gender equality in the Observatory on Violence Against Women, myself, Marta Mazurek, city councillor of Poznan, Poland, another participant, the second deputy mayor of Kokody, which is, I believe, the Ivory Coast, and another participant, the president of the Association of Local Governments of Panama. So there's going to be lots to learn, and I'm pretty excited to be participating and representing Collingwood at that event. So.
Thank you. Good luck, and I'm anxious to hear about it. And I'm looking forward to following up on your hard work and Councillor Doherty and Clerk Armas and ED Pegg's work in Ghana. So I'm sure I'll have some interesting stories when I get back. Any other business? Oh, Councillor Doherty, sorry.
Thank you, and congratulations to Councillor Jeffrey. That's quite an honor. I wanted to just speak briefly about the Premier's comments and proposed prohibition of automated speed enforcement, which he made last week, and quite in the media stated that it was nothing more than a cash grab. So AMO has come out very strongly in support of the continued use of automated speed enforcement, reinforcing the fact to the public that the revenues are reinvested into the community, into transportation infrastructure. So this is not a cash grab. I guess moot would be the point that wouldn't probably need the revenues so badly if we were being funded for infrastructure by the province, as we should be anyway. More to come on that. I know that there are members of our community Safe Streets Collingwood and also Trails and Active Transportation that were quite enthusiastic about the notion of automated speed enforcement. So I will keep you posted. There will be actually AMO Board of Directors meetings next week.
Okay. I look forward to that. I did have a resident reach out to me about 4 days ago asking me about the speed cameras. So very timely. Any other business? Mayor Hamlin?
Yes, I thought I should just mention that I'll be traveling to Japan with our Sister City Committee at the end of the month. And an excellent job's been done organizing my time while I'm there. So we're going to Katno, of course, which is our sister city. And the first day we start at the mayor's office and do a tour there and exchange gifts, as is the custom. So I'd be happy to know I have a local bottle of whiskey in my suitcase already. Yes, only Collingwood. And that evening I'll be hosting a reception for the host families and the community. And then the next day we'll be visiting a local school and a culture and sports facility. And on the third day, we're going to the World Expo in Osaka, and I'll be hosting a reception at the Canadian Pavilion in the morning there. So I'll look forward to representing our fine town in that locale. And also I'll be meeting with some local business owners as well. So anyway, thank you.
Nice, very exciting. Japan's on my bucket list, so I'll get there one year. Any other business? No? Okay, moving on to item 15.7, notice of motions. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Perry. And so I'm going to bring forth a motion similar to Ramirez, thereby requiring some wordsmithing to be fully applicable to Collingwood. So don't have the wording at this time, but we'll work with clerk services, and once prepared, share it with council in advance of the agenda as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 15.8.1, motion to rise from committee of the whole. Do I have a mover? Vice Chair Baines, seconded Deputy Mayor Fryer. Recommendation that herein rise from committee of the whole and return to regular council meeting. All in favor? That's unanimous. Mayor Hamlin?
Thank you. The confirmatory bylaw is this one, that bylaw number 2025-073, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held September 15, 2025, be enacted and passed this 15th day of September, 2025. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McCulloch and Councillor Doherty seconds that. All those in favor? And we're done. Thanks very much.
Adjournment.
Hold on. Adjourning. Okay, yes, good point. Councillor Potts, so moves. All those in favor. Oh, thanks again.